Oh, yeah. Just gonna get my Post-its out because that was effective last time.
Oh, yeah, wow, last time,
What, my Post-its?
yeah,
Why?
keeping track of so much at once.
I mean, I really tried to focus on people that were here for applications, that they could speak earlier and faster, and any applications that didn't have anyone from the applicant side or the public side, then we could put those last. I think that was effective,
Yeah,
right? Anyways, I clearly hate Post-it notes.
Oh, no, that's
And
not.
yes.
These are really my favorite, like they're kind of like a muted. Did you guys know that there's a correct and wrong way to do Post-it notes? We'll get started in 1 second. So the way you do it normally, right, you do this and it kind of does that. So the way that you're actually supposed to do it is you're supposed to, now let's see if this actually works. You're actually supposed to-
Sideways.
Yeah, so that way it lays
Yeah, I see.
flat.
I see that. Yeah.
Because that way it lays flat. Anyways, that's everyone's lesson today. If
All right.
there's a wrong and a right way to take a Post-it off of there. So if you do it like from the bottom, it always is gonna curl up. Anyways,
Cool.
that's
Right.
my party trick of the week. Okay, so thank you, everyone. This is the May 13th meeting of Manhattan Community Board 2. I am unmuted, right? Everyone got the Post-it lesson. Manhattan Community Board 2's Outdoor Dining Working Group. This is the May 13th meeting of that, and my name is Valerie De La Rosa. I'm the chair of the Outdoor Dining Working Group, and I am also the chair of Manhattan Community Board 2. I'm going to introduce the committee. So I've got Donna Raftery, who is our SLA 1 chair, SLA 2 chair. If you're here to talk about hours, that's done through the SLA committee. Then we have my right, I have Brian Pape, who is the assistant secretary of the board. He's a member of this committee and SLA 2, right? SLA 2.
And landmarks.
And landmarks. And Stella Fitzgerald is our vice chair. And she is on our land use committee and traffic and transportation committee. I don't know why I just thought everyone should know everyone else's committees. Online, we have Carter, who is a past CB2 chair and also a past SLA chair and is on both SLA committees. So with that, we have a quorum. We have 4 in the room. And with that, so we are going to get started. We have 32 applications.
Yes.
So 32 applications, 10 minutes an application is 320 minutes. So we can all kind of do the math. My goal is to get everyone is heard, from the applicants that are here in the room and online, anyone from the public in the room and online. We're going to focus on going through the agenda in the order as stated, but my priority is to get applications that have either side on them heard as quickly as possible, because I don't want anyone lingering around for like 5 hours, both in the room or online. So that's kind of my goal. It is optional for everyone to be here. We are all volunteers. It's optional for applicants to be here. So thank you very much for those in the room and online and applicant representatives. It's optional to appear before us. It's optional to take into consideration any suggested modifications. We do try to find consensus on all applications, but especially on Sidewalk Cafe applications, because if we can find mutual consensus, then we can ensure that you are approved with modifications on our end, which is a checkbox on the DOT form. And then it would reduce your time and through the rest of the process by 30 days. You wouldn't have to go to a DOT public hearing. So we really try to find that on all of the applications, but especially Sidewalk, because if there are modifications that you elect not to agree with, which is your choice, it's optional to agree to anything, then it will go to a DOT public hearing for the Sidewalk Cafe. So I say that in good spirit of wanting to find consensus. So the first application we're going to call up is, so everyone what the way it'll work, if it's your first time here, is I will call up each application individually based on the order that they are on the agenda online, and we will throw that agenda into the Zoom chat. And then if there are, I will try to call up applications later, earlier, if I see that there are people online and either from the applicant or from the public to testify. So we're gonna get started on the first couple. I know I've got agenda item 5, 8, and 12 in here. So let me just go through maybe the first two, and then I'll offer if you guys want to go ahead. I want people to get along with their evening. But the priority will be to get people who are here in the room out first, because you have made the time to come in. So most people, when I do ask if they want to go first, if they're in the room, they kind of want to maybe hear maybe one or two go. So we'll kind of do that. Does that sound good? And then we'll go through. So now I'm going to call up number one, Naive Melody, 24 LLC DBA Marian's at 24 Greenwich Avenue for a sidewalk cafe. So we'll call the applicant up if they are here. I don't have the RSVP in front of me. If we were expecting them, so just give us a second on that while we look at that on our end. But if you're here from the public and you would like to testify on this application, please raise your hand and we'll go through the public testimony.
We are expecting someone on Zoom.
Okay. Not signed into Zoom just yet. Are you guys promoted or do we need to promote you?
I'm promoted.
Okay.
I don't see the applicant.
Are you a co-host?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, we don't see the applicant here, so maybe and there's nobody here to testify on it. Okay, so let's maybe call it up. We'll just monitor and see if we see that person online. So we should just so we're gonna pause the public hearing on item number one. We don't see the applicant here and there's no one here from the public to testify, so we're gonna call it back up at a later time. We're gonna go on to agenda item number 2, Paquita NYC DBA Paquita at 242 West 10th for a roadway application. And it says that this does not state an FDNY review pending, but DOT confirmed via email that has been referred to FDNY. We also heard this application, no? Or is this the next door place?
It's next door.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yep. They have the same address.
Okay, that's right. So if anyone's here from Paquita, please raise your hand if you're the applicant, and if you're here from the public and you would like to testify on Paquita. Were we expecting them or not?
No.
So we were not expecting them. Is there anything that the committee wants to discuss on this application during the public session? Would you like to cover it in?
Yeah, it can wait.
Okay, so we'll cover it in a business session. Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing on Paquita. Next, we're going to go to MakiMaki at 350 Hudson LLC, or MakiMaki 350 Hudson LLC, DBA MakiMaki at 350 Hudson for a sidewalk cafe. I don't see anyone here from the public to testify.
The applicant didn't respond.
Okay. Is there anything you want to discuss in public session? Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing on number 3. Number 4, 62 Carmine Core DBA Sagra Pizza Bar, 62 Carmine for a sidewalk cafe. Is there anyone here from the public to testify on this application? If so, please raise your hand. Speaker is on, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure. Hey, I'm just making sure. Okay, so boy, the lighting is really not that moderate from here. It's like a shadow. Where's Chanel? We could fix this. Okay, so I don't see anyone raising their hand to testify from the public that wants to testify on 62 Carmine for Sagra Pizza Bar. So I'm going to, is there anything that the committee wants to discuss on this application during the public session? If not, we will discuss it in business session. I'm going to close the public hearing on 62 Carmine Corp. Next, we're going to go to number 5 for Hospitality Group LLC, DBA on Downing at 39 Downing Street for a Sidewalk Cafe. So Harvey, if you'd like to come up, come sit. Just here at the end of the table, introduce yourself. And do we have anyone here from the public that would like to testify before we go to the applicant? So let's see if anyone raises their hand. So what we'll do is let's just see if we get any hands raised. Thanks for doing that, Stella. Okay, we don't see any hands raised. So if you could just introduce yourself, your role, and if you'd like to make a statement about your application, you're free to, and then we may have some questions for you. Okay.
Harvey Wu, chef owner of Ama and Downing, also known as Ama Rabar West Village. I think I just maybe hired the wrong person to not apply the right numbers in the application. I think that's the discrepancy. I
Okay.
believe in the 3-foot ADA rule.
Okay.
Not sure
Okay.
what the next procedure is.
All right. So let me just pull up the let me pull up your application on my screen, just on my laptop, so I can have it. Okay, there we go. Today's date. So, God, I cannot believe it's the middle of May. Okay, so this is no, that's Ama. Okay. Okay, so. Yeah, hang on.
On the Chrome,
Mhm.
we've got the drive loaded, so you can click on that,
Perfect.
share screen if that's more convenient.
Okay. I sometimes have to zoom in and I can't see it up there. So, okay, so we've got 47 feet, 1 inch, storefront, right? And then the cafe is 24 feet, 5 inches and 10 feet, 8 inches for the sidewalk width with a 2 feet, 8 inches, cafe. Okay, so let me just we've got the tree pit marked at 8, and that's right on the diagonal because it's not directly across. The basement door, no seating on there. 18 inches from the basement door. And so are you saying a 1 foot service aisle? Is that the 1 foot right from the
Right. Or the barrier, yeah.
from the beer? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so the dash line is the barrier, right? And then, okay, so the dash line is the barrier, and then the solid line is just for the measurement of that space. Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to get acquainted here.
Yeah, I mean,
See, and we see-
we are architects by trade, so.
No, that's okay. No,
The person
no.
I hired might have
No, that's okay. And I see the 8 feet from the signpost. I mean, it looks like you've included everything. We have the curb there. Let me just get, and will you remind me, were you a participant in the temporary program or no? Just remind us.
temporary, yes.
You were, okay. And how did that go?
It was great.
Okay, so let me,
We tried to obviously clear as much of the pathway as possible, and Emily's right next door, has their footprint, so.
that's right. That's right. I know, I'm just trying to get my bearings down on this. So give me 1 second while I pull up something else, just so I make sure that I've got all the. Okay, see that there. It looks like you have like a lot of room, but I'm just. Okay. Okay, so that's right, that's right. Just trying to get my. Oh, okay. I got it now. On the corner of Bedford and Downing is Emily.
Right.
Right. Got it.
One storefront.
That's right. Okay. Um, okay, so, 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 okay, What about, what's these planters? Are those yours or are those the buildings?
The
Or those
buildings.
not there?
Oh,
Okay.
well, the planters on the street, not the planter we pit all the way on. Yeah, those are just on the street. So the landlord put them there to prevent trucks from just going up to the curb. He said in the past, it's a hollow basement or it's a hollow curb essentially. So I think sometime in the past it's
Oh,
collapsed.
gosh.
So he's like, he put those there to protect, at least prevent as much as truck traffic.
Are they movable?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, because that, if you're already with the limited clear path, like that is gonna cut, because you do go,
Yeah,
Right.
by all means, I think the landlord will be fine. I just convey it
Right.
and we'll move it, yeah.
okay.
I mean, I guess the only thing is just that it's 2 feet 8 inches.
Right.
And I didn't get a chance to go out there and measure it.
Yeah, we could easily move, I mean, not easily
So
move them, but they are movable.
Oh, no, I didn't mean the planters, sorry,
Okay.
sorry. I meant just the width of the
With the
sidewalk.
sidewalk.
Yeah.
You were
I
saying that you think that that the dimensions are wrong, you're saying?
I think well, I thought the discrepancy, because
Look at the map.
the ADA, yeah, from the window where the tables would be against. I think the person I hired thought that his dimensions of I think, less than 3 feet was sufficient, and I don't know whose criteria was accurate. Obviously, you guys have your, so he thought.
Oh, no, this is not ours. That's
Oh,
that's
okay.
ADA.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not our, it's not ours. It's
What you're
ADA.
following, yeah.
It's ADA. I'm just trying to look at the borough president map.
For the,
I'm just trying to see what piece it is. I'm like so close to like, wait, 7th Avenue is there. Ooh, I think I got it. I think this is, okay, wow, I clicked on the right one. I think I'm starting.
is it 27?
It's section 18.
Oh,
Okay, so this says. It's a little small. I don't know if it's better news or not. And it says it's 10 feet, which I think that's worse news. No, 8 and 10, 'cause they're saying it's 10 feet, 8 inches, so
yes.
it could be different. These maps are outdated, so I don't know. Right, it says 10,
Yeah.
it still won't zoom more for me.
Yes, that's 10.
Why doesn't? It does not. Okay, I don't know what other modification to make. So if it is, and it's a neighborhood corridor, I mean, so it's always gonna be 8 feet. It's not gonna be less than 8 feet for the clear path. Any other comments from the committee or questions?
No,
Brian?
it would be nice if you could accommodate a wheelchair somewhere along there.
We can designate a table or, you know. specifically-
It's not wide enough. I mean,
The thing is, it looks wide, right? I mean, the sidewalk looks way wider than, but it's not really. I think it's just the angle.
it's 2 slabs, right? Deep
Mhm.
about, which is,
I mean, Emily's gonna run into the same problem if they're
Right.
putting on the same thing. 'Cause it is, right, because you've got this.
Exactly. Yeah, so I can remove those, but it's.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I mean, I'm not saying remove that. No, I mean, that's the wall. I'm just saying like, right, it's cutting into like that measurement. Nothing to move. I
Wait,
mean,
what are you pointing at?
I'm saying like,
Oh, yeah.
right, like it's like that, we lose that because of the wall. I'm not saying to lose the wall. I'm just trying to think through it of what a
just-
solution could be. I don't
see a
know.
solution.
I mean, typically what we've done is we've, again, and this is for everyone, is you'll hear words such as denial. It's not a denial for the entire process, right? It's just our piece of it. We are advisory, and it's just our notes back to DOT are advisory, and they're just taken into consideration. So I don't know how else to get the 4 inches back to make it 3 feet, which is the 36 inch the 36-inch, things, I'm not sure. Any other,
I mean, it's not like you need the 8-foot clearance, 8 from 10 is 2 feet, 8 inches. It's not like there's extra buffer in there that you could make it a 6-inch
To find it, yeah.
in person, you know, walking by to serve.
now is the 4-inch barrier,
It doesn't, I'm just gonna say if it's 10 feet, 8 inches, you could eliminate. It's just, once you have 8 feet, all you're left with is 2.
what I'm asking is that if it says 4-inch barrier here, is that included within the 2 feet, 8 inches, or is that, like, you're saying that, I'm saying is, well, I guess. But if it's taking 4 inches, where's the 4 inches coming from? Is it coming from the cafe width, or is it coming from the clear path width? I guess, what is it included in?
I think it's taken from the clear paths side.
So the clear path,
Yeah. 'cause
is that
it's,
was actually like, I'm not trying to be accusatory, I'm just trying to understand. So then it's really a 7-foot, 8-inch clear path.
Oh, it can't.
No,
Well, eating the slab,
Ah.
each slab, right? So the slab, each,
But where's the 4 inches for the barrier going in? Is it taking away from the 8?
it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it doesn't matter. If you have 10 feet, 8 inches, and you have 8 feet clear path, what he's left with
2.8.
for his barrier, for his tables, for his service, for everything,
2
is 2
feet,
feet, 8 inches.
Oh, okay, okay,
Right? And
okay.
Right.
Okay,
there's no way to juggle. It's not, that's what's left.
okay,
For him
okay,
to operate
okay,
within,
okay.
not for him to be able to,
Okay.
unfortunately.
So because this is new, it's a new season, new rules, new, so we're instituting new seating areas for the public, which means that it does have to comply with all of the city building rules, which has to include the ADA requirements for accessibility. And it's one of those things where DOT did not spell this out in all of their publication. But it is part of the city rules, so we have to
I mean, it's a federal.
advise you
federal
that
law.
it's applicable for a new season.
It's just unfortunate that the agency is choosing to turn a blind eye to ADA regulations, because we have had applicants come in and tell us that they've had lawsuits against them for the seating not being, which included the interior space not being ADA accessible, which is more than just the one table. So I don't know that we have a modification that would change that unless there is some sort of remeasurement that showed that it's actually wider, or that you could gain that 4 inches somehow. I don't know how else to. So again, like, I'm sorry that that's just the way we've been applying it. But it's, I don't think we have any other changes.
I understand. I just understand, like Emily's.
Very nice diagram.
It's a very nice, and Emily's gonna run into the
Yeah.
same, to the same thing. Yeah, it's,
Is very.
Yeah.
Smaller.
Yeah.
they have, so,
so,
something I'd be able to dovetail off of there.
yeah, so, yeah, it's a challenge in these small streets, even though like your sidewalk does look, it looks wide, it must be just a wide pan. So, do you have any other questions for us? I don't wanna keep you too much longer. But, okay,
Thank you for your time.
no problem. Thanks, Harvey. Appreciate it. And then do you have anything about the premises or anything you want to communicate?
No, I don't.
Okay, nothing. Okay, got it. I won't put you on the spot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Appreciate it. Okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on AMA. Next, we're gonna go to number 6, Dessyn Bakery Core. And my French is going to escape me here. Mille-Feuille,
Yeah.
Bakery Cafe at 552 LaGuardia Place for a sidewalk cafe. Is there anyone here to testify on this application or to represent the applicant or is the applicant? Please raise your hand.
Not seeing any hands raised.
Okay, so. Let's see if it works.
No, I don't think so. At least from the one that Florence sent yesterday.
Yeah, that's the only one I have. Okay, so does the committee,
I have a comment.
oh yeah, sure.
We don't have a measurement from the tree pit. We only have a
Okay.
measurement from the tree.
Okay, so let's make a note on that. I'm gonna try to hop in here with you, Stella, on these. So this one is Dessyn. And I see that there's an old sidewalk cafe plan. No one here to testify, right? I see that there's an old sidewalk cafe plan on this one from the old program. So maybe that tree pit thing is on there.
It is.
It is.
Already is a 12-foot.
It's not measured from,
Really?
measured from a signpost.
So that is, it really is a global corridor? I mean, I thought the only global corridor was Prince Street and then Broadway. What's the address again? 552 LaGuardia Place?
Yeah.
Let's just check that really quickly and then we'll go on to the next one. Oh, geez. Oh, put it in the wrong place. LaGuardia Place.
Oh, it's a neighborhood? Wait, 552 LaGuardia?
Yeah, we've seen
Is
other
it really a
applications
global?
on
Yeah,
that
it's a-
street.
but a global corridor, it's really shocking to me.
No, it's not. It's a neighborhood corridor.
Okay, let's make a note of that. I was like, I don't recall, we've had a bunch of places on LaGuardia Place, and I just want to make sure we get it right.
That's so.
No, I didn't-
weird.
I didn't think any of them had a real big issue with the.
Yeah,
path and,
yeah.
seating. So I'm surprised at this one.
And actually, there were parts of Greenwich Avenue where, or no, oh, you know what, LaGuardia Place, not, I'm thinking of
Greenwich.
I think so.
But LaGuardia is neighborhood, yeah.
It's a neighborhood.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good because.
What? Okay.
The way that they drew the clearance from the bike rack around the 12 feet was not to the edge of the cafe, which was gonna have to eliminate some tables, but if it's 8 feet, then
A
yeah.
nice elegant barrier situation. I mean, it's just so, it's like already
Yeah.
using it and it's light and elegant.
However, there is a primary building entrance to the north.
Oh, is that gonna really
To the
affect?
Chihiro Tea store. So that would probably take out their table,
That one, that's the,
yeah.
Well, that looks like the entrance to another retail shop.
Is that not considered a primary building entrance?
No,
we've been only counting like a residential.
Yeah,
Okay.
or a commercial, the main building to the upper floors.
Of
and
like many,
everything.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's a good thing to flag though. Oh, thank you, Laura. I see your note. Thank you. Okay.
but I'm
What, is it-
surprised this made it to us,
Yeah, that
with that global corridor checked off.
Yeah, I don't know why. Okay. So you said there was a tree, this tree measurement,
Yeah, that was on the other,
no, it's down here.
but that one is there. It's 10
It's
feet.
measured, it's not to the tree pit. It only counts to the tree
Oh,
pit.
it's like the old plan. Okay, good call. Okay. It's the old, it have the old rules, right? Okay.
So I think, from our conversation, it sounds like we can make these comments for correcting, and
Mm-hmm.
they're probably going to be okay for a pretty good amount of seating at any rate. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one.
As it stands, it's got not enough measurements, wrong measurements, and, but I think they're probably gonna end up with a decent seating area.
Well, the reason they have it, well, and it just needs to be 8 feet. It doesn't need to be 10 feet,
Right.
9 inches, so it's gonna work. I think.
The bike rack only needs 5 feet. I don't know why.
Because
Right,
the 12 feet they have for the clear path for some reason.
right, I mean.
But even so, the clear path cuts into the cafe, but it's the whole
It doesn't
jagged
matter
thing.
because.
They
it's
could
supposed to be
probably
5
still have
feet.
that extra table
They
then,
can probably have everything.
from the
they
old plan,
have.
right?
Yeah.
Right, because look. They could probably still have, they're gonna make the 8 feet. No, this is the old plan, this
Oh,
is
the
the
old
old, but
plan.
I'm saying they can probably gain a table back.
I don't know.
I think they can.
They might be able to, but.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, but
Out here
anyway,
now.
we're not going to be redrawing it for
No,
them. or
no,
repainting it. But,
but we could
They
say,
need to
they
put the
could,
measurement.
yeah, they need to put the 8 feet from the edge.
So are you putting that in the notes?
Yep.
8 feet up.
Okay, okay, anything else from the committee on this, or anyone online that has heard some of the dialogue and wants to testify on this application? Please raise your hand. We don't see anyone, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on number 6. So we're gonna go on to item number 7, 305 Bleecker Food Mart, DBA Suprema, 305 Bleecker, for a sidewalk cafe. Is there anyone here from the applicant? Are we expecting the applicant or no?
No. Oh, it should be, Michael, but he didn't respond.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, Robert Hull is here.
Oh, good. Okay, so we have Nancy Paisley who would like to testify. So let's promote Robert Hull, who's going to speak on behalf of the applicant, and Nancy Paisley. We'll have Nancy testify first, and then we'll go to Robert about the application.
Good evening, everybody.
Hey, Robert, nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Let's just have Nancy testify, and then we've got some questions for you.
Sure, not a problem.
All right, thanks. So, hi, Nancy.
Hi, Valerie. I don't mind if Robert goes first, but I have some, he may be able to answer some of the questions I have.
Well, why don't you tell us what you would like to talk about the application, and then we'll have him answer your questions.
Okay,
Hi.
thank you. Thank you. First, I want to congratulate you, Valerie, on being named chair. I want to thank the committee for all your diligence. This is not an easy job, and I want to thank Brian for continuing to call out scofflaws in the Village View. We appreciate that, and some of them have mended their wicked ways, but by no means all of them. I have a lot of issues with this application. I think on the face of it, it doesn't pass muster. There's to the right of they have a 12-foot sidewalk. They're showing a 4-foot cafe, but on the right there, they don't have any clearance for the adjacent residential entry, which should be allowed for, I think 5 feet, which would wipe out 2 tables there. I'm not an expert on the wheelchair access, but it looks like they don't have that for the 1 table that's remaining. And I want to say that the drawing that they are showing is not their setup. What they actually have is 4 tables with a total of 8 seats, 2 on each side of the entrance, taking up the full 4 feet that's available, no barrier, and they're serving from the pedestrian lane. So, we have had quite a number. This particular establishment was notorious, I'm sorry, Robert, during the whole COVID shutdown for paying absolutely no attention to the rules and having frat parties on the sidewalk at night. And in the street every night. And we have had all sorts of applicants who put in plans that look kosher on paper and then go and do what they want anyway. On the assumption, and probably a correct assumption, that there isn't going to be any enforcement. I do not think there is room on this sidewalk for tables plus a barrier plus a service lane, leaving a full 8 feet for the pedestrian clear zone. So I do not believe there should be any sidewalk allowed at this particular location. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. We'll keep you on. So anybody else want to testify on this application? Okay, Robert, nice to see you. Will you confirm if there's going to be sidewalk seating on 7th Avenue South?
No, just, we're planning just Bleecker Street.
Okay. I'm only asking because sometimes there's a second frontage plan that DOT doesn't include. So I'm just asking just to make sure.
Yeah, no, we were just mainly looking for the 3 seats on Bleecker.
Okay.
I was not told about any other plans on the other one. And to some of the points that Nancy was saying, them putting the extra chairs and tables out, we weren't aware of that. We can definitely, I noted it down that if they're doing that and that's true, then we will definitely say something to them and we'll make it very clear that it's not allowed and they will be fined and can possibly lose their license and can cause a lot more issues for them than helping them.
Thank you, Robert, for being the conduit for our comments. I am just curious, though, it didn't come up at all about anything on 7th Avenue South. I don't know what the, it's a 10, it would be 10 feet, right, for a regional corridor, right?
Yeah.
I believe you. I'm more just asking because they did have tables there before, so that's why I'm asking.
I'll mark it down so we can find out. But no, we don't have anything, especially paperwork, about 7th Avenue. It's mainly just the Bleecker Street one.
Oh, wait, this one is, wait, I'm sorry, this one is, this
All
one.
the sidewalk cafe
That's right.
there.
I'm sorry. I was looking at a photo that is from November that is on Bleecker. Sorry, I've looked at
Okay.
too many photos, so.
No,
sorry
I
about
understand
that.
completely.
I was like, how did that work? So I was like, where is their enclosed sidewalk cafe? Okay. Okay, so I see that, and I see, and the thing is, and that, it's interesting because, I guess I could share this. They were using these barriers. I'm just gonna share these 2 photos. Give me a second. Because I'll just show you what we've seen. Share just that screen. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so this was from November, and I'm just doing it so we have a talking point. This was sooner. This was April 22nd right here. So again, the thing is they had they were using a barrier here, even though this, so I'm just curious why they chose to stop using the barriers. That, again, this photo right here, right, is from November. So they were using the barriers, which is, required to have, but now this was from April, and you see the service is happening in the clear path. Anyways, with the 2 and the 2. So I'll stop the share. Anyways, that was just a talking point. So I did measure when I walked by the other day, the 5 feet from the residential entrance, and it really doesn't leave anything for a table. Like just that not for the one, I'd have to go look at it again, but it goes really far into that facade there. It's tiny. It clearly have the width, it seems. So but
It's 4
it
feet.
is right up, and then the chairs like go into the doorway, once people actually sit in the, because people sit and then you kind of, you're a human and things spread out, you have a couple of glasses.
So it looks like they have like,
A little bit, I understand.
Yeah, so I don't know if we're gonna be able to find consensus on this one, because that it very clearly states that it's a private residential entrance and the 5 feet.
I understand that.
Now, I don't know. Any other comments from the committee on that?
Well, that's a big one.
I mean, maybe it could be just one chair and one table, would that? If for some reason they want to do that?
I
I'll
don't know.
talk to Michael and the applicant about it, because obviously they can't have the tables and chairs on the left side of the building because of the Siamese connection.
I didn't realize that, yeah. Which,
Yeah, and
again,
even in the photo you showed before, you could see the people, they were blocking it, and
mhm.
that's a big no-no, so.
Yeah, I know, and I wish that there was I wish that we could find a solution here. I mean, the 4 feet is great on the width, but that residential entry is also just so clearly marked.
I mean, it leaves them with 4 feet 2 inches width.
Where? Oh, you mean of the
Because it's
length?
9.2, I mean, this is 9.2 to the edge, which is the
Uh-huh.
edge is the building entry, so that leaves them 4 feet 2 inches.
Oh, so you could probably have one table with 2.
I mean, I don't know, it seems like, to your point, the chair is going to be in front of the entryway and everything else when somebody sits in that, but that's their
And this
decision to
one.
make.
Right. Oh, right. Well, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, maybe the one table is what we would put in.
You're thinking maybe that
wait,
one
wait,
table
wait,
on
wait,
the,
or could, no, wait.
They could turn it the other way.
You could just have the 2 tables, they're very close, 2 tables next to one another. Roberts, I don't know how that's gonna work, but the alternate, right, would be 2 tables stacked in the way you have them on the right side on that, so maybe you could still get 2 tables and not just the one.
okay, so you're saying, so the chair, you'd have your back to the building and the other person back to the street?
Oh, that's
no.
not what I was saying.
No, we're saying just take the 2 tables on the right side that are now too close to the building at residential entrance.
Okay,
And move them over with the barrier so that you have 5 foot clear to the residential building entrance.
If that works, like, I'm not saying it, but that's a thought. If you measure and you see that could work. I'm not guaranteeing it will work. Anyone else want to comment on that? Are we right? Like that
Yeah.
logic, it seems,
I mean,
right, from the
They have
measurements?
4 feet depth, they have
Huh?
4 feet 2 inches to fit whatever they're fitting into, if
Yeah.
they can do anything.
Well, there'd be no way to walk.
Right, there's no way to walk past it,
Barrier.
if it's 2 tables and a barrier, if it's 1 table, they can get into it, if it's 2 tables, they can't get in to the far side.
Okay, well, so Robert, we may not know where we're gonna land on the 1 or the 2 recommendation, maybe until business session, unless you want to decide now. Carter?
I'm just going to say, we've received a significant number of complaints from this business on all aspects of the operation, including selling alcohol out of a bar on the window, to-go drinks on 7th Avenue South, to, this was set up all through COVID with the non-compliant structures in the amenity zone. I mean, to just recently having, too many tables and seats on the sidewalk. And so it's difficult to sort of weigh this, or to hear without the applicant present, they're actually going to follow any of the rules, because they're supposed to have been following the rules,
Now.
now.
well,
So,
sorry to cut you off,
and
but Carter,
there's already an enclosed sidewalk cafe on the other side, and the application process for that hasn't been determined yet for the city, but they will need to apply for that. That's one of the 119 or 17 pre-existing enclosed sidewalk cafes that were licensed under the old DCA program, so.
Really? God. Okay. Robert, do you have any questions for us?
no, like I said, I'll talk with Michael and the applicant, see what they want to do, and I'll let Michael know everything that has been said tonight so he can
Okay.
make it very, very clear to them that they will lose a lot, which can affect their liquor license, can affect the sidewalk, can affect a lot of things for them. So we'll make it clear to them that if they keep going outside of the rules, they're gonna be in some serious trouble.
Those are your words,
Yeah.
but thank you for passing the message along.
Yeah.
Um,
And I'll talk to them about the tables and chairs also, so we can get that figured out, see what they want to do.
okay. And then do you know which agenda items are yours off the top of your head, just so I get an idea of where you're landing this evening and see what we.
Yes, I have, this is 7, I have 15, 19, 21, 26, 27, and 30. I'll go through them again if you'd like.
Yeah, one more time.
15,
Uh-huh,
19,
uh-huh,
21,
uh-huh.
26,
Okay,
27, and 30.
okay. Give me a
Oh.
sec. Go ahead. I'm gonna try, I'll do my best to try to get those compressed and up. So you're not waiting
I
around.
appreciate it. And we had 20, but I was told they spoke with you guys and they explained to you that they're going out of business, so we're not going through with that one.
I did not know that.
Okay.
So are you not going through with the sidewalk on there? They're not
For
going,
RDK Restaurant Corp,
Yeah.
no, because they're going to be going out of business.
okay.
Okay, maybe it was something sent to Florence, so we'll check.
Or they
Yeah.
want the SLA committee.
Maybe they reached out to the SLA committee.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so give me just, once we go on to the next, so your next one is number 15. So I've got 8 and 12 in the room, and then I'm gonna see who's on the attendees and whatnot, and here to testify and applicant wise, and then I'll try to get yours closer up and out, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, so next, I'm gonna close the public hearing on number 7. And next, we're gonna go to number 8, Il Buco Vineria LLC. Am I saying that right?
Yes.
CA Il Buco Alimentari Vineria, 53 Great Jones for Sidewalk Cafe. We have Tom and Julian here. I'll let you both.
And I have our expediter Yanko, who's also
Okay, hang on.
Yankel?
What is that?
Yanko?
Same as what we have there.
Should be what we,
All right.
Is there anyone,
I'm
what's that?
promoting Yanko. I'm
So we're promoting
Yanko.
Yankel. Is there anyone else from the public who wants to testify on this application before we go to the
Same.
applicant?
Yanko, you can accept being promoted to panelist, please. Yes, thank you.
I don't see anyone else from the public that wants to testify, so if you could please introduce yourselves, first and last name, your role.
Tom Brown, Vice President of Operations for Il Buco Family.
and Julian Bonavrier, General Manager of Il Buco Alimentari e Vineria.
Okay, and do you want to, is Yanko on? Am I saying that right?
Yanko?
Yanko.
Yankel, yes.
Yankel.
Can you hear me, guys?
Thank you.
For my French.
Oh, no, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Great. My name is Yankel Fernandez. I'm here to represent Il Buco. They are located on Great Jones Street. The address is 53 Jones Street, New York 10012. They will be having a sidewalk cafe with 3 tables on the left side of the main entrance and 4 tables on the right side. Everything is within the clearances of recommended by DOT, the 10 feet for that corridor. And they have 8 feet from the light pole. And there's an entrance to the building next door on 47 Great Jones, where they require the 5 feet clearance, and they have exactly 5 feet 4 inches from the table nearest to that entrance.
Anyone want to start?
Yeah, I can ask a question. So back in, I don't know, back in December, we had a similar situation where they the applicant was measuring clearance from the primary building entrance at a diagonal like that. And so I reached out to DOT back then. This was the diagram I sent them. And I was basically asking, can the clearance be measured with the red line, or does it have to be horizontal, like along the building? And Penny Ringel, director of dining at NYC, said it would need to be the white arrow.
We took away the one that was the table. There used to be a fifth table there that we pulled out of the.
It goes here.
I understand.
So
It's
I-
not a similar situation where they also had eliminated that table.
So yeah, there's nothing. And
But when I asked them, they said it needed to be measured horizontally.
horizontally, so
Yeah,
like
because
this.
you're also going to have a perimeter on this
So
side.
the whole perimeter, so that table has to,
Oh, and really just from this,
that's what, yes, so that table is gonna go.
yeah,
That's what you're saying.
yeah,
Okay.
that's, if you know, maybe you're.
Not-
Consider that.
Sorry, I had submitted this.
Right, I remember this
And
application,
it
but
said the white arrow, so measuring, horizontally.
Understood, so
has
it's,
to be
Have to,
5 feet,
yeah,
not out.
right.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and if you can make that change and send it back, and we can say, great, they agreed, approve the modifications, and then you don't have to go to the DOT public hearing, and you'll gain 30 days back in the process.
perfect.
Very
So,
good. I can make those changes for them.
okay,
So it's just.
We don't need to make it today, Yankel, but we need to
Yeah.
of course.
agree. Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, and also just add the lines for the perimeter so that we can see that on the side.
yeah. on the-
Perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah, just the outer side. It
Just
doesn't.
put the,
Yeah.
you put them on this side and this side.
Yeah.
yeah, and then that way. Any other comments from? And I see where you've also got a sign use connection there on the left side, and that's limited use, so I hope that will leave you enough.
Yes.
It'll leave us some.
I know.
Yes.
I know. Any other comments from the,
They've always complied with the rules.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say,
And,
so,
and we're not operating that cafe right now because we didn't get our permit in. So we really want to be.
well, good for you
Yes.
for,
Standing our grounds with people that.
well, people that did submit by August 3rd, it's taken an average of like what have I said, like 324 days to be referred
Yeah.
to us from when they applied, so.
Back to you referred so fast.
Yeah, what was your application
You can't
number?
operate, but still didn't get referred.
We're trying to get through the process.
Okay, so I see you guys applied at the end of October. Well, hats off to you for being in compliance and understanding and being a great operator.
We've got good neighbors that help us make sure we're following the right protocols.
That's really
Yes.
great to hear. So if we can just get that site plan with the table removed in the perimeter there, and showing the 5 feet horizontally, then we
And-
should be able to, we'll formally vote in business session, but it sounds like,
Perfect.
so we'll send you something with
And
that.
then put in your notice for the municipal expansion for your liquor license.
Yes.
Yankel knows about that, yes.
We're gonna jump on that right up.
That's correct.
Okay, do you have any questions for us? Any, Yankel, or you guys have any questions for us?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
No, thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Everybody, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Tom and Julie, nice to meet you.
Come by.
Thank you. So I'm gonna close the public hearing on this application, item number 8, Il Buco Alimentari Vineria. Thank you, bye. Okay, so, Gina, would you like to go? We could do.
Which one is?
And number, we're gonna go out of
11?
order. I'm gonna go to number 12. Well, Gina has also waited a long time at other meetings, so I want to be, so we're going to Uncle Boone's LLC DBA Thai Diner at 186 Mott Street for a sidewalk cafe. This is the second frontage. Thank you for adding that to the agenda. Second frontage being added to the application on Kenmare Street.
I'm promoting Laura.
Great, so Laura, tenant. So if anyone would like to testify before we go to Gina, who's here on behalf of the applicant, I see number 11, Patrick. I haven't checked the online yet. I'm just trying to get people in the room out first, and then I'm gonna go prioritize online, but thank you for letting me know. I do appreciate it. So Laura, would you like to go, please?
Sure. I sent you a longer text than I'm going to speak.
Okay.
But I hope you received it.
We did.
Yes.
It has Thai Diner, when it made its application and got signed its stipulations relating to a sidewalk cafe in this location, had a open, unenclosed sidewalk cafe, as did the restaurant before it named Sosta. Somehow, between that time and after COVID started, they put in first in 2021, by 2021, they had a open structure built on top of a concrete raised platform that had glass bricks around it, but it was still open. Shortly thereafter that, by 2022, it was a fully enclosed sidewalk cafe. I'm a little confused about the application that they have here because it doesn't seem to be indicating what's there and operating very actively right now, which is an enclosed sidewalk cafe. I checked the Department of Buildings records and found nothing relating to permits to build this thing. And I don't know whether the DOT gave it to them, but certainly their liquor license doesn't allow it in an enclosed cafe. It allows it in an open cafe. And they never came to the community board for changes to their stipulations. So what I sent to you were links to show so that you could look at the Google Maps that sort of gives a story of how this developed. I don't quite understand in their site plan how they're going to what their perimeter and their awnings information, how that relates to what's there, or whether they're going to take it down, which is what I would hope you would recommend. And bottom line, I urge you to recommend a return to an unenclosed sidewalk cafe. They should be required to remove what they built there without permits. And when that's done, go back to the SLA and to the DOT for their permits. It's a good restaurant. As far as I know, they don't have any problems, but they shouldn't have done this. And that should not be there. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public that would like to testify? And thank you, Laura, for sending in on this application as well as a couple others. We really appreciate you taking that time. Gina, would you like to introduce yourself? And
yeah, I'm Gina from SWA Architecture in representation of Thai Diner. The owner is aware that the enclosed cafes are no longer allowed. So the plan is to demolish what is existing, and that's what they are applying for, a fully open sidewalk cafe to comply with the new regulations, and just to have the perimeter demarcation as it's allowed by DOT, and respecting the 10 feet that the clear path needs for pedestrian mobility.
Can you tell us what happened? I know we're only here for this second frontage. Can you tell us what happened with the other frontage? I know you guys came before.
Yeah.
And how is that working out? Did you guys get approved? Just kind of give us an.
Yeah, it was approved by DOT. The owner still made some changes in regards to what we talk on the community board. They removed the ventilation, so it's not an obstruction anymore.
Good.
So they relocated. And they don't have all the tables along the full facade on Mott Street.
Narrowed it down. Okay.
But yeah, that's what they have right now.
Does anyone have any questions for Gina on this application?
Yeah, I went by the other day and I took a picture of what was on Mott Street. It's on the best photo. I was just walking fast. So I can't really tell about the narrowing. It looks like it goes all the way. I don't know. But they have the perimeter
Close to the,
it's only 3 feet from the transformer
yeah.
wall, and the perimeter is like right there. And I from the diagrams on DOT's website, it seems like the 3 feet's supposed to be from this corner.
From the
So
corner.
that's why I remember at our last discussion, we were talking about how this wouldn't be ADA, and that's why we suggested
Yeah.
there. But it looks like in practice, it is ADA, but only because the perimeter is
Far away,
on the transformer ball.
Yeah, okay, so I will talk to the owner in regards to that.
It's a nice
so they can-
perimeter. It looks really
So they
pretty.
can
I'll
change
show you
that.
guys.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, it's clear.
Oh, nice.
A wooden,
Yep.
but
Plain butter.
it is, on the wall.
Yeah, okay.
That was my only.
The only request I would have is that we have a updated diagram that shows everything that's happening
Right.
at the location instead of separate ones. Because if these are eventually posted, which I believe they are gonna be on the DOT website, it's very confusing.
Yeah.
They have-
The thing is that DOT always asks us to divide it into two formats and two applications. One for one street that it's mud and the other one with Kenmar. They ask us to separate it. I don't know why.
It's the same FSSEP.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like the site plan?
The site.
Oh, the site plan, that's
Yeah,
fine, that's
So-
fine, but if you could you, I don't know if we discussed, are there any modifications that need to be considered?
No,
Yeah,
not from
okay.
my perspective. But have there been official diagram changes to the Mott Street one? You're saying that,
What was reviewed on the public hearing was the first plan that we submitted to DOT. We made some changes here for the community board, but still it was denied. So it went to DOT public hearing, exactly. And they reviewed the first plan, not the second one.
Not the second one.
Not the second one we sent to community board. So what was approved by DOT was the first plan. Even though on the first plan it wasn't proposed to the air intake to be relocated, the owner still did it because we know it was like an obstruction. But yeah, that was a plan that was approved.
All right, any other questions for Gina on this application?
I will note, I couldn't find the north arrow, is that correct?
Oh, yeah. I need to add it.
Sometimes I see them on the SWA
I've also-
drawings and
I've
sometimes
also
I
just
don't.
like looked at so many plans.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Do you
Sorry
have
for that.
questions for us?
No.
Okay. I think then we're gonna close the public hearing on this one and we'll finish discussing in business session.
Okay.
Thanks so much,
Thank
Gina.
you. Thank you, guys.
Last question.
Oh, wait, sorry.
in the Chat, is are they removing the platform?
Oh,
Well, when they remove the perimeter, they will have to make it flush to the sidewalk, otherwise it won't be ADA accessible.
So they are removing the platform?
They
it's
have
still
to.
there, it's still there, still, the platform? Okay.
the whole structure is still there.
And they're using it for sidewalk?
Well, the
now?
platform is inside the walls. So,
Closed cafe.
The whole thing is like enclosed,
Yeah.
built during the
And they're
pandemic?
using it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, that's a little bit of a problem. But okay, well, we got it. Thank
Yeah, I'll
you.
talk to the owner.
Thank you so
Very
much,
good.
Gina.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on number 12. Before we go to number 9 and 10, let's go to agenda item 11, which is Sweet Green, New York LLC, DBA Sweet Green. Because 9 and 10 are not here, and,
Patrick.
so yeah, Patrick Dowd is here.
Oh, and tennis.
Laura, thanks for your note. What? Oh, 10 is, oh, sorry, Alexis, we didn't see you that you had RSVP'd. Thanks for letting me know. I will, we'll call on you next, and as that.
Hello, everybody.
Patrick, really quickly, let me just see, is there anyone from the public who wishes to testify on Sweet Green New York LLC, DBA Sweet Green at 10 Astor Place? I don't see anyone else's hand raised, so Alexis will be for the next application we go on. Hi, Patrick, were you here last time, or are you local to New York? Are you in LA?
I'm in LA. I lived in New York for about 10 years, but I moved about a year and a half ago, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, no worries. But yummy Sweet Green. Okay, I couldn't remember if you were here the last time.
You all look very familiar. I used to attend these hearings for Shake Shack when I did their alcohol licensing, and I'm quite sure we crossed paths at that time.
Okay, also your name looks familiar. Okay, maybe that's what it is. Well, welcome back. We're glad to have you back.
Thank you.
So let us just pull up your application. You don't see anyone from the public who wishes to testify. So this is on Astor Place. Okay. And there's a University Place one that we heard last time for the roadway. Okay, so.
Oh, yes. That would have been me as well.
Okay, that was you. Okay, got it.
There's a lot of these DOT permits that I'm working
I'm
on, so
sure.
I'm sure you're very familiar as well.
Okay, so this looks relatively conservative. What's the clear regional? Why do I think Astor Place is a wider? Does the committee have anything that they would like to?
Yeah, I have a question, Patrick. It just seems like a math typo, perhaps. So on one point, it says that the entire length of the sidewalk is, or sorry, the width is 20 feet or 20 and a half feet. But then where it's showing the sidewalk cafe, it's saying that there's 3.5 feet to the inner edge of the parking meter, then 10 feet, then 8 feet, and that would be 21 and a half.
Yes. So I think that really what needs to happen is we need to just reduce it to 7 foot by 6 foot.
Okay.
When I submitted this to the DOT and they reviewed and approved, we had to make a couple modifications, including, removing some tables and chairs from the 5 foot clearance of that standpipe. So you can still see the remnants of my old ADA table kind of on there that's not labeled.
Yeah, I was wondering what that was. Okay, got it.
We just honestly, the DOT representative just wanted to make some quick changes as opposed to resubmitting an entire new plan. So yes, it should be a 7 foot depth instead of an 8 foot to comply with that 10 foot requirement clearance.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay. Anybody have any other? Man, no, is that? Oh, you have that on there. Okay. Yeah. I was like, there's like something on the sidewalk. Oh, the parking meter's there. Okay. There's like this other thing in the sidewalk in the photo. I don't know what that is. You guys see that?
No, that's a,
I mean,
it is there.
I think they have the clearance for it. I just don't know what it is. Are you going to use stanchion and rope, or is it going to be like the white barriers that you have? There's a couple different photo iterations.
We're just doing stanchions and stanchions as barriers right now. I think that we want to, at some point, invest in doing some nicer sort of like braided rope as a barrier, but just until we get all of our approvals and we know exactly what our dimensions are.
Oh, because you want to for all of the locations. Actually.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. For economies of scale, no problem. Okay. I just don't know what that little thing is. Do you see that?
I do see some sort of, are you talking about like the little grate, the very small little
manhole
type thing?
You have the clearance for it if you've got 10 feet from the parking meter. It's if you could just add that on there, that would be great.
Okay.
Since you'll be making the other.
Where?
If you look on the application on the photos, look at the one with the white barriers. There's like something like on the sidewalk.
It does seem very adjacent to the manhole in the street, so I'm assuming it's some sort of utility access point of some sort.
Yeah, it's just very small and it's about, it looks, I mean, I'm sure you're gonna have the clearance for it. It's probably even diagonal.
Yeah, I think it's like a tiny little man.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think.
Okay, not really material. Okay. Okay. Anyways, do you have any other questions for us, Patrick?
I do not. I'm just happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay. I think just, you mentioned you were gonna reduce to 7 feet, and I think we just get that updated to us, and we can, and we'll take our formal vote during business session. But as I said at the top of the meeting, we really wanna find consensus that we can just reduce the 30 days. You don't need the DOT public hearing. But it sounds like we're all in agreement on that, so we'll send over some, just the language for that, and then how to submit the site plan, so then we can put in our approval with modifications. All right?
Perfect.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you all. Have a great night.
You too. December 11th, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on Sweet Green, and we're gonna go to agenda item 10, Alta Lafayette LLC, DBA Alta at 372 Lafayette Street for a sidewalk cafe. And I believe it's Alexis that we have here on behalf of the applicant. Alexis?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Hi. How are you? Nice to see you. Thanks for taking the time. Really quickly before we get to you and having you introduce yourself, is there anyone here from the public on Zoom that wishes to testify on behalf of this application? If so, please raise your hand. Not seeing anyone, so we'll continue. So Alexis, welcome. Please introduce yourself, your role, and if you'd like to make a statement about your application, you're free to do that. Otherwise, we will likely have some questions.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Alexis. I am the general manager for Alta. So I applied for 2 signages for the restaurant, one on Lafayette Street and one in Great Jones. We actually adjusted our floor plan for Great Jones, and we actually kind of reduced it from the initial application that we sent out. I believe in the first one, in the initial one, we did it like a little bit over 8 feet, but we ended up reducing it to like 5 feet. So we just made that sidewalk seating a little bit smaller. And that sidewalk will consist of only 4 tables. In regard to our second site plan, which is Lafayette, that one's a little bit more bigger. We do have more space there, and we have a total of 9 tables. We did adjust it because the DOT did reach out to us that we had to make it a little bit more smaller because we do have a traffic sample. So because of that, like our first 2 tables right by our entrance got reduced, and then everything else is pretty normal.
I'm gonna share my screen because I just wanna make sure we're on the same page. So I see 3 tables here.
Correct. That's the one that got, that's the floor plan that we remade. So we actually took out the 3 big ones out.
You took these 3 big ones out. Okay.
Yeah. So if you see in initial it says 7.3 feet, now it's down to 5. Now it's down to 5 feet. We only kept our smaller deuces tables.
And that was something DOT asked you to do?
No, but we thought about it ourselves, and there was like no point, and then it just looked awkward as well. So we just reduced
Okay, so that's, I'm just trying to understand the scales. I guess I'm trying to understand 7 feet by 20 feet. I guess it's just a different.
Yeah,
Do you see what I'm saying?
out of
Okay.
proportion.
Okay. Okay.
Just have to go by the
Okay,
numbers.
and then this one, did you take this big table out here? Because you said 9 tables, and I see the 9 here.
Yeah. So in the if we go right here where it says closer to 6 feet by the beginning on the right side, that 2 table we reduced it. So we just kept the 2 singles instead. You see where the single table is at? Like right here.
This?
Yes, we made both of them singles.
So.
And then everything else remained the same.
So you're saying, oh God, I'm getting really high tech here. You just have these tables.
No, we have everything except for by the beginning.
Except for the larger rectangle table?
No, that one we kept because it's still within the dimensions that we could do.
So you have, so I'm just gonna highlight, because I don't know what the beginning means. So are you saying all of these are?
So the ones you just, the one you just highlighted previously, the one that's closer to the arrow where it says 6 feet, the red arrow. Yes,
This?
that table, yeah, that one, yeah, we reduced that.
Okay,
So that one's not there.
so. But this one's still here.
Correct.
Did DOT ask you about removing the one on the other side of the gap?
This?
That gap right there, yes.
That-
Because of the traffic sign pole that's there, so we had to make the 10 feet.
Oh,
clear.
this one?
This? That
Yeah.
one, yeah, so is that one still there?
No, that's gone.
This is
Okay,
gone?
okay, yeah,
Oh,
that's
the
what I.
one, yeah, the one you just highlighted, well, you unhighlighted, that's still there.
Okay, this is still here.
Yes, that's still there. That's totally,
Oh,
DOT
that's
said it's
still
totally
there.
fine.
So which one's gone away?
Okay, I was thinking that one that Valerie just Xed out would have been removed as well. Because the 10 feet needs to be measured to that table as well. Like a 10-foot radius. Not
Well,
straight.
DOT just said 10 feet straight from the pole. So when they saw a site plan, they themselves removed the table.
Yeah, it's just that for the past applications that we've seen, it's always been with the radius. So I'm not sure why DOT
Really good
would
radius.
say would say that table could be there. Because it needs.
I mean, if
from-
it's by radius, there should be no problem then. We can always re-edit the floor plan.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I said if it really is supposed to be like 10 feet in radius, like you mentioned, it should be no problem for us to remove it. when we
Okay.
edit the floor plan. Yeah, everything's super removable and super easy.
Okay, we appreciate you taking that into consideration. Is there any other modification we would want to communicate to the applicant at this time?
I did have one other question. I saw that on Great Jones Street, it says that there will be overhead coverings. Or no, it says that only on Lafayette there will be overhead coverings. Will Great Jones also have coverings?
Handy to me.
No, we thought about it. I brought it up to my superiors. They really haven't given a fine answer, but to be honest, I don't think so at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, since it's only 3 tables, we really don't.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just wanted to make sure that the box were checked where they were meant to be checked. So that's good.
Any other comments for the applicant?
How are you gonna have the barrier where you have the inset?
Oh, well, the barrier would just close everything down, so we just do planters.
No, but I mean.
Like this part, like what, how do you?
How are people gonna move around?
So the barrier right now with the empty spaces there is you go straight down towards the entrance. So this little barrier actually leads to our door. So our staff just easily walks in through the middle.
So there is no barrier here?
No, because they just go straight into our door.
Okay, so then we would want that probably shown.
Yeah, I apologize
Have
for that.
that
Yes, that little-
open and then,
yeah.
but so what you're saying is you're gonna place something around here that's going to close this off, correct?
Yes, correct. It's gonna close it down and it's gonna go straight towards.
Doesn't
Yes.
matter, doesn't it?
You can't walk past it.
Yeah,
I mean, when you cut in after that second circular table from the left and you cut in to have the 3 singular tables, if it goes into the.
it just because
I don't see how you can walk
the
it.
jagged setups, just, they require so much human, decision-making every time to set it up, to like have the cutout. We really try to avoid that because it ends up just always.
We'll be going like this now, so he's getting rid of this one,
Yeah,
so
so
it'll
it's
go
gonna
like
go
this
up.
and straight across.
Right, oh, okay, well,
But it's still,
That's
if it's
true.
10 feet, how are you walking? You can't get by it.
Yeah.
That's the point. It
Yeah.
seems like you can't, there's no room to get by it. And how,
I'm sorry. You guys mean like this pedestrian can get by it, or my staff won't be able to get by it?
I mean, both.
well, I guess I have so it's 4 feet? Is that what it says there?
Yes. Yes,
It's 4 feet, okay.
that would be enough time to get.
Well, I think
space to get
it
past the
looks,
table.
well, I think it looks tight because I don't think the tables are drawn to scale.
Exactly.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Right. And that's okay, that's okay.
That's
I'm just trying to
mostly-
just make sure we're all on the
No,
same
that's-
page there.
Yeah,
What do you have, Carter?
They're not gonna be planters that are on the outer? Are there gonna be planters used parallel to Lafayette Street?
Yes, yes, I'm planning on using planters.
Because the planters are what create the issues because they take up so much space that the 10-foot walkway is.
Yeah, but we're still,
Because the 10-foot mark is to
The perimeter.
to the outside edge of the planter. So you actually lose all the space in your sidewalk cafe from the planter.
well, we're still revisiting the floor plan. At the moment, just to see what we need to move around in order to make sure there's adequate space for everybody.
It's not adequate space for everybody. It's 10 feet clear path on the street. So whatever the edges of your plantings, if they're overhanging, into the sidewalk, that there has to be 10 feet to the edge of the planter.
If your planter is like 2 feet, then all you have left in your cafe is 4 feet, 11 inches, which is fine. We're just letting you know that like, it's not as much space as you think because whatever the width of your planter is for your barrier counts against your interior space. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes total sense.
Yeah.
I'll bring this up to my director and see maybe they can find something else that takes up less space.
Yeah, we don't want you to lose that interior.
And on the end of the space, having the plants isn't the problem.
Yeah.
It's the division between
Mhm.
the sidewalk as you go the long way.
Okay, yes, I totally understand what you guys are saying. I was a little confused at first, but now I get it.
And it's tough because it's the ambiance, but it also takes away from your interior space. So, okay, any other questions or comments for the applicant? Okay. Alexis, do you have any other questions or comments for us?
No questions from my end.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, have a good one. All right, so that is gonna close the public hearing for number 10, Alta Lafayette LLC. So do we have anyone here, just so we can get out of that? Let's check on Naive Melody. Naive Melody 24 LLC DBA Marian's at 24 Greenwich Avenue for a sidewalk cafe. Is the applicant here? We did call on it earlier, but just thought I would see before I forget.
Still don't see the person who signed up.
Okay, all right, then we will just keep that one open and go back to it at the end. So I don't think we're expecting anyone. If anyone's here for Little Italy, number 9, I'm gonna call on it. If the applicant is here, otherwise I'm gonna try to go through the others and then we'll come back to it. Sound good? Okay, so now we're gonna go to number 13. Wait, sorry, let me see who I have. So 10, we did 11. And then,
Are you gonna do 13?
well, I'm just trying to see who I have that's here, that's online. I see,
Oh,
is
yeah.
Justin Reese online? Or Richard
Richard Cohen
Cohn?
is online.
Okay, let's do those two and then we'll go
And what was
through
the other one, the first one?
Justin Reese.
Ross.
Ross, sorry, I can't read my own handwriting.
So,
For Drip Drop Cafe. So we're gonna go, I'm gonna go through,
Richard Cohen.
we're gonna go to agenda items 25 and 31. And then we're gonna go back to the order. NYC Drip Drop Cafe LLC, DBA Drip Drop Cafe at 98 Thompson Street for a roadway cafe. This application has been submitted by DOT to FDNY for review. Is there anyone here from the public to testify on this application?
Which one you doing, Drip Drop?
Yeah, Drip Drop. We're going to number 25 and then number, okay, so Darlene, and then number 31. Justin Ross, can we promote Justin Ross?
I did.
Okay, I see, oh, okay, maybe there's two. Oh, okay, I have the other one, got it, see it. Hi, Justin. Nice to see you. I just saw your name on twice and I was getting confused.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm on my
That's
cell phone as well.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, no worries. Hey, way to be involved. So let's see, we'll have Darlene testify on this app. Darlene, are you testifying on 25 or on 31?
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the time tonight. I appreciate it. And of course, all you guys do. Yes, I'm speaking on 25, a drip drop.
Yes.
So I know that we don't want to talk about the past. But I do have concerns over outdoor cafes on on Thompson Street, because of the because of how tight it is there. And I know this is under DOT review. We all know that Thompson Street has been hammered with outdoor cafes. This is, in particular, one that, has stuck out. It is a very, very tiny storefront. I don't see, it gets very, they've got good business. So it gets really crowded. I mean, the sidewalk becomes impassable because of, it's really, it's really more of a grab and go. Instead of people, with the outdoor cafe, with the outdoor seating, it makes it stick around, and then more people stand around, and I don't know, maybe get a bigger cafe. That's, and again, anything that on Thompson Street just shouldn't be there because of the narrowness of the road for FDNY. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Charlene. I see that Liz White.
I just promoted her.
Okay.
She's probably here to speak on this one.
Liz, are you here to testify on Drip Drop Cafe? Liz, or maybe she's getting switched.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you here to testify on Drip Drop Cafe?
Yes.
Okay,
I live on Thompson Street, unfortunately above Old Fashioned Cafe, which is one of our bad operators. This is right down the block from me, and just to reiterate what the last individual stated, we have massive congestion on Thompson Street and between Fellini and also Old Fashioned, which operates from anywhere to 9 a.m. to midnight. I'm against it. There's no enforcement that comes by, and I'm just concerned about the potential for just more congestion and also noise.
Okay. Have you filed any 311 complaints or anything like of that nature?
Well, on my own situation, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was asking. About this applicant, or this
not this applicant. I mean, as we know, they were across the street prior, and they had a outdoor dining that was left up for far too long and was also wider than what they should have had. And also this current location that they moved to is 2 storefronts, so it will be taking up quite a bit of space and probably have a number of tables and chairs there. So yet again, small street, not enough room to walk. I would like to be able to walk up and down my street without having massive amounts of congestion.
And when you say it was left up, you're saying that the Roadway Cafe and their previous location across the street was left up, when you say that, like past November 29th?
I believe it was. I just remember there was a lot of issues with it before. And some previous complaints, if I recall.
No problem. Thank you so much for taking the time.
No problem. Thanks, guys. I always appreciate your help.
Okay, thank you so much. And is there anyone else here to testify on this application? I see we have Dessyn Ross. Hello. I have to forget that I have to look at the camera in order to make eye contact, but for me to see you, I have to look at the screen. So apologize.
No problem.
So please introduce yourself. If you would like to make a statement about your application, if you'd like to address any of the comments from the two people who testified, you're free to address them, but please address them to the committee. And yeah, tell us your name and what your role is.
Absolutely. So my name's Justin. I'm representing Drip Drop Cafe. I am one of the founders and executive administrator for all of the back end things that happen here. So yeah, essentially, if you take a look at our plan, we intend on doing something very, very simple. It's going to be just a simple water barrier border that's covered in potentially artificial jasmine, something to make it look very aesthetically appealing. And if you'll notice our storefront, we have kind of like an explosion of flowers and vines. And our intention is to bring that into the street and make it look like a nice garden, basically directly in front of our shop. Our intention is not to do tables. We want it to be a very casual experience, and we just do benches and chairs, and no top, no covering, no extravagant walls or anything. So just something very simple and casual. You'll see it's open to the sidewalk as well, so it's very welcoming as well. We're gonna do an ADA ramp as well. We have a little bit of a lip from the sidewalk, so there's a little bit of a dip down, which the ADA ramp would take care of. So that's our intention to do that outdoor seating structure. It's a 20 foot by 6.5 structure is our desired length. And so, yeah, I would just like to kind of touch upon the 2 points that were brought up, I think by Darlene and Liz. So I think Darlene mentioned that we have a very short or a very small storefront. I suspect she's referring to like our old location. We were directly across the street. So now we have moved across the street to a almost double the size of our old location. So any sort of space concerns that might have been there, in my opinion, don't apply to this particular location, simply because there's far more space like in the front of the, and there's no complicated, walkways. There's not a lot going on right in front of us, in my opinion, because we're right across the street from the playground, the Vesuvio playground. So that gives us a lot more space and breathing room. And then to the other point, I think of Liz, and to my knowledge, and I could be wrong, but we have had no formal complaints or any sort of issues at our previous location with our outdoor seating. I'm just not aware of that if that had happened, but we kept it pretty immaculate, and we were like rigorous about making sure that there were no issues with people staying there in at night and no animals or anything. So we were very strict about that. So I'm a little surprised to hear that there were problems, but we just weren't made aware of that at the time. So
what was the address of your old location? I know it was across the street, but what was the exact number?
Yep, that was 107 Thompson Street.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I think the problem with that one was, if I remember correctly, there were benches around the tree that was outside of it, and people were sitting on those benches both during the day and then when you were closed in the evening. So even though you weren't open, those benches allowed a lot of people to just congregate when nothing was open there.
Yeah, that I could see that as a possibility.
Have the benches been removed? Did you remove the benches when you left?
We did not remove the benches.
Did you put the benches in?
No, they were actually there prior to 2022 when we moved in. It's kind of like a little staple of our little pocket of our neighborhood, but not involved in that any longer.
Okay, just asking. But I think that's what some of the concern, that was what some of the evening noise when you were closed was due to the benches and people just hanging out there.
I understand.
I just.
Go ahead,
So
Carter.
is there, I've seen a few of these, the plastic barricades that are pretty small. And the space is reduced, it's pretty significant because of the base of the plastic barriers, and they're 1 foot 6 inches. So if you have a 6'3" width, throw it down to 5'3" plus another 6 inches off, so it's what, 4'9". And then you've got sort of seating facing each other, and then you have an ADA ramp. I'm not sure what the purpose of the ADA ramp is, because you wouldn't be able to move around a wheelchair in the structure. And I'm not sure that leaves enough room for a reasonable slope for a ramp to go down into the space. So I'm just wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about what the interior is going to be, that it could be operated in the fashion as we're showing with the ADA ramp and access within it.
Yeah, that makes total sense. So the ramp is movable, essentially. So when we build it, we can move it from being in the center to potentially off to the side. Our intention also is to build a designated space for wheelchair, for people who use wheelchairs, like we have in our cafe. So if you can imagine maybe 3 of those chairs gone from the diagram, that would be designated for a wheelchair area. And we post a sign that says, if you have a wheelchair, here's your spot.
Yeah, I guess my point though is that how do you get in there if you only have 4 feet 9 inches and put a ramp in? You can't get the wheelchair down to the end of the ramp and turn to get to that space or to be able to turn around.
I understand. I'm not sure of the exact angle. I don't know the ADA requirements for the exact angle off the top of my head, but I believe that we can accomplish it to my knowledge right now, I'm pretty confident we can make it work for a wheelchair to happen. And that's one of our priorities, keeping our store accessible to everyone, which is why, for example, we made sure that we could get a ramp that leads into our building as well. So it's something I don't really have an answer for you right now, but I know that that's really important to us, and we're going to make that happen. Whether it's building the ramp in a slightly different way, maybe comes down from the side, or.
What's the height of your curb?
It's almost negligible. It's 2 inches, I want to say, right there, because the sidewalk's a little deteriorated there, so it's almost not even there.
Yeah, so possible to do a short ramp for a low height difference, you can go slightly steeper.
Right.
That sort of thing. So
yeah, I guess it's just, as was pointed out, I mean, this is a street that, with the waivers, there's already issues. So when you utilizing, and I know when I've seen these plastic barriers, they're huge. So they're actually set up. So there's a pretty significant reduction in the interior space. And if you have benches that are set up, right, that are built in, or, I don't know what you're doing with that, but if they're actually built in, you start to really limit the mobility within the space.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. The benches, everything is movable. Nothing is heavy, so we can easily move things around if we need to. We're not doing tables, so that space, we have more room for that reason because we don't have tables. But on the diagram, what you see there is really just the maximum. And if we find that it's just not enough room, even for people who don't need wheelchairs, we're just going to remove some chairs. So I hope, does that kind of answer your question?
Yep, I think so.
I have a comment.
Yeah, okay, Brian?
So, yeah, I'm glad that you are paying attention to the accessibility and sounds like there are ways to get that done. I'm just recalling a recent meeting where we had a review of your ramp to your store and the diamond plate.
Yes.
So it's in the historic district, so that means that the temporary decorations aren't really allowed in that district on the building.
On the facade.
But you might be able to reuse it on your barrier out on the roadway. I don't know if you didn't say that you were reusing them, but that's that it would improve the building to not have the decorations. And the fact that you're not trying to put anything on the sidewalk, which is very narrow, appreciate that as well. So I guess that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I can just address the, currently we're waiting on the fire department to get approval on the 6.5 width, like the protrusion out into the street.
On your site plan, it says 6'3".
Yes, so the barriers themselves, actually, if I could just go back, I'll come back to that, but if I could go back, the width of the barriers, they're actually to my knowledge, they're pretty standard width. So a lot of these walls that you see where people build like actual cladding on the side, they're actually, it's very similar. It's about 1.5 feet. So people are already doing that, even on Thompson. Not saying that's right or wrong, but it's a pretty standard barrier, and we're not really doing cladding, so it's not going to be as thick as one might think. So we're pretty confident that that's not going to consume seating space too much and keep, it'll keep people safe as well. So I'm sorry, could you repeat your question again?
You were just mentioning the width being 6'5" on the site plan. It says 6'3".
Yes. Okay. So the length of the barrier itself is 6 feet. And to my knowledge, we have to have a gap for water flow to go through, like where the barrier meets the sidewalk. There needs to be a gap there, to my knowledge, in the requirements. I'm assuming for water flow. So that buffer, that extra 3 inches is just there because the barrier will protrude out into the street a little more to allow that space for the for water runoff. That's why that's that extra 3 inches. And but we're applying for 5 inches in case we need to, pull it out even further for more water flow. That's why that says 6'3".
Yeah, I think that it should be 6'5". If you're planning on going 6'5" out into the street, I think that's what the plan should say, and that's what the fire should see. So.
Gotcha. Yeah, I will definitely get that updated.
Thank you. Do you have a comment about something else?
No, you covered it.
Oh.
Any other comments from the committee on this one? Okay. Are you coming back to us for a sidewalk cafe or no?
No, just the roadway.
The roadway, okay. I would just like to ask. Okay, I don't think we have any other questions. Do you have any questions for us?
No, I think I'm good for now. I think because we don't have a structure yet, our next steps are just to wait for the fire department and to hear back from you guys in terms of approvals.
So we'll just send our feedback to, we have kind of a set of modifications. They're just our standard language. There were no other proposed changes to this, is that correct? Okay. And then mean, every roadway cafe application has a DOT public hearing, so we don't slow down or speed up the process, but we'll send our feedback on to DOT, but we will send you something to sign that's just our standard ADA language.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, cool.
It's nice to put faces to the community board, finally.
Likewise, thanks for taking the time. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
No problem. Okay, so really quickly before we go to Art Bar, can I just check in with Kevin Takata from MakiMaki? I see that you're here for, huh?
Raise them or just around?
Well, I just want to know if he's planning to testify, because we did close the public hearing and we called on them already, so, right?
Yeah.
I just want to find out. So Kevin,
Wait, I'm so sorry.
Hi.
Hi, I'm at a kid's function right now.
Okay.
So sorry about the background noise.
Oh, that's okay, no worries. We could call on you later in the process.
Well, I'm assuming because my application's new and it's relatively straightforward, very simple, nice area. I'm assuming everything was okay. There's no community board issues.
We haven't. So the deal was we called on you earlier in the meeting, and we weren't going to discuss the application until business session since nobody was here from the establishment or from the public to testify. So we haven't talked about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if we can go to this item, and then we'll go to Art Bar. I know there's, I believe, 2 people here for Art Bar. Richard Cohn, and then I think there's another person from Merchant Hospitality, Alexander Dobek, if I'm correct. Maybe we can get people raised, and then let's reopen the public hearing for number 3 since we have Kevin on here.
Thank you, thank you.
This is agenda item number 3, MakiMaki 350 Hudson LLC.
So should I raise Kevin? He's just talking to
Sure.
you.
Yeah, we can raise Kevin. He might just be on the phone. He said he was at a kid's function. Sidewalk Cafe. And if there's anyone here from the public who wants to testify on agenda item number 3, MakiMaki 350 Hudson, please raise your hand. Not seeing anyone. So, okay. So number 3, MakiMaki. You have Kevin back over.
Yes, hi, thank you.
Okay, yeah, you don't have to debate, right? Okay, you can just speak. It sounded like he was at another function, which is fine. Kevin, thanks for taking the time out of your evening for this. I just saw your name in the Zoom, and I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know if you were just listening in or if you would like to speak about your application. So if you could introduce yourself and.
Okay, yes. So hi, my name is Kevin Takarada. I'm the owner-operator of MakiMaki Sushi. We have 4 locations in the city where we make every roll made to order using quality ingredients, and we offer it at everyday prices synonymous to what you would see at a grocery store or deli. We use top-notch ingredients. We have an automated, streamlined processes, a lot of robotics, and basically we're unearthing quality and value for the New York consumers. We are applying for outdoor dining at 350 Hudson. The area is becoming very vibrant. There's a lot of people, young urban professionals, design people, media people, tech people, and there's not enough seating in the general area. So the landlord was pushing for us to get outdoor dining permit. Yes, so it was actually through Heinz that they recommended that we apply for the outdoor dining. So we did, and they're all on board with everything that we are going to be doing, which would be, I think, a divisor partition wall, 30 inches tall, made from good fabricators out of Chicago, and just putting out 3 simple round tables from Mom with matching. And that's really it.
In there, yes, that is correct. Did you work with Miha at Heinz or no?
Yes, Neha.
Oh,
yes.
nice. Oh, great. Yeah, here in Hudson Square. I see that. Okay, great. Okay. So, what's the corridor on here? I guess it must be regional if it's 10 feet.
Yeah.
Clear path, which makes sense. Okay, I see that. 5 feet. And 8 feet from
It looks to me like, I mean, the three tables are tight, because if they're 36 inches, that leaves.
3 feet.
Yeah, and if
They're actually, I actually purchased them, they're 8 inches.
how much?
How much?
30.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That helps.
Oh, okay, that's
Smaller than
good.
36.
Yeah, okay. Let's just see, when was this submitted? And this was submitted in January of. Okay, cool.
Right.
Okay, so maybe like we'll have you update that, just so we have that accurately. Is there any other comments from the committee on this one?
Only just 2 small other modifications. So you have the 5 feet from the primary building entrance. In
Yes.
this plan, there's a box on the next section 2. It's S22 for primary building entrance.
Oh yeah, it's just checking a box.
Yeah, and writing
Kevin.
5. And then also, all of the check boxes under the perimeter demarcation in section 3 need to be checked also.
Okay. We'll send you that in an email,
Okay.
Kevin, 'cause I know you're at an event right now.
Okay.
Typically do, but it's what Stella's saying is that there's just 3 check boxes for things you've already complied with, and you are required to comply with everything under the perimeter demarcation. So it's just checking all 3 boxes on there, and then just checking the box for the primary building entrance and writing
Oh, I see.
to it. So it's on that site plan form on the next page.
Okay.
So, okay, any other comments for the applicant? Okay, Kevin, do you have any, Kevin, right? Sorry, just a long name. Do you have any other questions for us?
No, so long as everything's communicated to us via email, we can act on it.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate it, board.
Bye.
Thank you.
I'm gonna close the public hearing on MakiMaki. Thank you. Okay, so now we're gonna go to agenda item 31. Art Bar, Richard Cohn, and I think Alexander Dobek, 'cause I think it's Merchants Hospitality as well. So we could promote both of them. Okay, they're already on there. Is there anyone here from the public that would like to testify on agenda item 31, which is Art Bar? Let me read, it's Rob Tra LLC DBA Art Bar at 52 8th Avenue for a Sidewalk Cafe. I don't see anyone from the public ready to testify. Hi, Richard, nice to see you.
Hi, nice to see you.
I like the branded, that's like very helpful with all the different people we have. That's nice. And thanks for putting your information in the chat. So introduce yourself, and if there was somebody else, was I right? Is
Alexander, he's my paralegal that helps put together applications.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, I didn't know if that was someone you wanted to testify. Okay, so if you could introduce yourself, your role, and if you'd like to make a statement about your application, you can do so, and then we likely will have some questions.
Sure, certainly. Thank you. So Raptra is Art Bar spelled backwards.
Wow, I'm ready for trivia night. Okay.
So I've been partners with Abraham Merchant and Andy Emmett since the mid 80s, and we opened up Art Bar in 1989, and we've been kind of a staple in the community. And during COVID, we started with the Sidewalk Cafe, the outdoor cafe, and we like to participate in any other community and neighborhood events. Andy's wife, Alexis, is the runs the day-to-day. She's like the GM and / head bartender. And we look forward to continuing, hopefully, for another 35 years.
Any questions for the applicant from the committee?
Yes.
Okay, Brian?
It does seem that unfortunately on your photographs that you seem to be squeezed in between 2 primary building entrances for residential apartments in your buildings. And if that is what I see, then we have clearance requirements as part of the rules. And it's unfortunate, but you may only have left 1 table near your door.
Well, we obviously will follow in full compliance with any of the requirements, and if that is indeed the case, and we can't otherwise comply without infringing upon it, we'll reduce it. Maybe we could reduce it to a one larger table instead of the two smaller tables and put some benches there, but we will double check that, and if that is the case, we will amend it accordingly.
Yeah, so well, the photograph also shows previous roadway seating. Are you working on that as well?
Yes, we are.
We heard that application.
Yeah, we did.
Okay. I don't think you appeared for the roadway, right?
I beg your pardon?
I don't think I don't recognize you from your roadway application. Did you send someone for the roadway?
We did. I think Alexis appeared for the road.
Oh, maybe. I don't remember. Okay. Okay. I mean, I know it's only 2 tables that you have proposed. It's a pretty conservative setup, but if you can make it work with the 1 table and comply with those primary building entrances, and I think we can send that to you over email to update the site plan if you'll consider that. And we'd like to find a consensus so that we can approve with modifications within what's in the DOT rules on that primary building entrance. And then if we can come to an agreement on the 1 table, and we'll send it to you over email. You don't have to say now, yes or no. But we thank you for your consideration of that. And then if we can find consensus on that 1 table, then we can move it along as an approved with modification, and then it'll reduce. You won't have to go to a DOT public hearing. It'll take 30 days off your process, and you won't have to pay for an ad for the DOT public hearing. So that's for you to consider.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm going to just verify both with the architect, the measurements, and if that's indeed the case, then of course we'll make the modification to comply with the regulations.
Cool. Do you have any other questions for us?
Nope, not at this time. Thank you.
And somebody had asked in the chat really quickly, is there a vault entrance on the sidewalk?
What?
There's a basement. But the basement access at see on the site plan says that it's reinforced and it's not an area of.
Correct. It's not an egress. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I think that's it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I hope the rest of your night goes smoothly as well.
Thank you so much.
All right. Bye-bye.
I'm going to close the public hearing on agenda item 31. So now let me just check in on who I've got left that I know of. Robert. So now we'll go to Robert. So let's go to. I don't know. I didn't look at. Do you look at who signed up on the speaker form from the public, so I can make sure that we grab that as well, and then we'll just go through Robert's application. But if there's someone here that hasn't, that did sign up to testify, I don't want to leave it to the last one. Interesting. Good stuff. Okay. Okay. With Liz. Okay. Oh wait, I do see. Wait, I did see someone. Wait. Look at this one. Let's before we go back to. I did see there was Mark Gibson and Suzette Wright, and I think they have 2 applications. They have applications that are later on that we could go through and then go to Robert. If I'm correct. I don't see that other, I don't see Mark Gibson on. Okay, he was with the Wren. I was gonna call on him. I should have put in the chat that I saw people. Okay, so let's go to agenda item 29 for Think Bleecker LLC, DBA Think Coffee. Suzette Wright, yeah, I kind of just look at who's signed up on Zoom and try to associate them with an application so that we can get through this, and we'll go back to Robert. So I'm gonna call on 29, Suzette Wright, for Think Bleecker LLC, DBA Think Coffee at 1 Bleecker Street for a sidewalk cafe. Is there anyone here to testify on this application?
Eldest of our 12, she's
Okay.
declining, so.
Okay, yeah.
Also, 2 hours in, we're averaging at 9 minutes per application.
Good.
The last hour we slowed down.
Okay, we slow down. Yeah, okay.
You did a whole bunch really quick.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah,
You did a whole bunch in 1 minute at the beginning, 1 minute,
Yeah.
1 minute.
Oh, that's true.
Skip the ball.
That's true.
I think we skipped the ball.
Okay, okay, Suzette?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi,
I
how
just,
are
I
you?
saw you in the attendees and that you're associated with an application that was later on in the agenda, so I was trying to get through, people with one application that were on Zoom. So, please introduce yourself, and if you'd like to make a statement about your Sidewalk Cafe application, you're welcome to. Otherwise, the committee may have some questions for you, okay?
Okay. My name is Suzette Wright. I'm the brand director for Think Coffee. We have 11 locations in New York. We've been operating at 1 Bleecker Street since 2008 with an outdoor cafe seating area. So we are applying for a new license for that. I was the one that prepared the plan that you see as part of the application. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, let me just pull it up for myself here. And thank you for taking the time this evening.
Of course.
Okay, yes, I see you had one at a cafe before, and I also remember it. Okay, so. Does the committee have something they would like to clarify or ask the applicant? I'm just now pulling it up myself.
Yeah, I have, maybe you heard us on the last application talking about primary building entrances and class clearance. So to the right of your cafe and the site plan, there's the entrance to 324 Bowery. I expect that there is 5 feet of space there to their door, to the edge of their door frame. But if you could just include that on the site plan, the measurement there, and make sure that it is 5 feet.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And then there's another checkbox on the following page, section 2, required clearances, where it would just need to be noted as well that there's the 5 or however many, at least 5 feet.
5 feet from the neighboring entrance.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. I'll include
Yeah, and it says primary building entrance. It's S22 on that site plan form. This is incredibly detailed.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. The fire hydrant, it's required. How much? Or there's no clearance required from the fire hydrant.
There is, but it's
on the side. Okay.
This is just.
What's the black circle next to the fire hydrant?
I think that is.
The black circle
that
is
is-
actually the fire hydrant.
Oh, okay, okay.
And
sorry.
then there are two, I guess, poles that are on either side. The fire.
Oh,
hydrant.
right. Okay. Regional corridor. And does your perimeter include like the width of the planters, or what's the perimeter being used?
So we have planters out now on the sidewalk, and they've been there for a number of years. But because of the 10-foot clearance from the tree pit, it's now required. We will actually have to replace those with barriers instead.
Okay. Does anybody have any other questions or
Well, I'll just
clarification?
comment and that it is a thorough drawing and application. It was a little confusing because there's a double set of double lines that look like they're both barriers.
It's the
My interpretation of the inner set of double lines is that your outline of the awnings.
Correct.
And then you have another set of double lines that are your actual barriers around the seating.
Correct.
Okay. Good.
Perhaps I didn't need to include the awning. I wasn't sure, so I thought it was better to add more information than less.
Yeah, that's okay. There's no real convention there. I just did clarification.
Clarifying.
That's
Okay.
good. All good. Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions or clarifications? Are we asking for any modifications we should communicate?
To add the primary building.
Oh, okay, so adding the prime on the site plan and then checking the box. Okay, did you hear that, Suzette? Well,
yes.
Now, okay, so I think it's just those two items and then,
So one question that I do have.
Yes, any question?
It's, so there's the residential, which is much further down on Bleecker. There's another business on Bleecker that is closest to us. And then there's the business that is on Bowery that is closest to us. Am I to mark off the 5-foot clearance from both businesses?
Let me look at it.
Or is it only the one that's on Bowery that you're asking for?
Just to confirm, the Sidewalk Cafe seating is only on Bowery.
Correct.
Okay, then, yeah, just the primary building entrance on Bowery.
Okay.
Okay. Any other? Okay. Yeah, do you have any other questions for us, Suzette?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night. Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing on agenda item 29.
And Laura put in the ones that she's here. Laura put in the ones that she's here to see.
Oh, great. Thanks, Laura. That's helpful. Yeah, if anyone is here to testify that's not an applicant, there's a specific agenda item that you are wanting to testify on, I'm really trying to get both applicants and anyone from the public up and out for the evening, just so you can go on with your rest of your life and not have to wait around. That's 29. Did Mark Gibson ever show back up for the Ren? Okay. So I don't think any of those coincide, so we'll just go on these in order. So let's go. What have I not done? We haven't done 9, but I don't think anyone's here for 9. We'll just wait on that, highlight that. We did, so let's go to 13, 14, 15. We don't have an applicant here.
Oh, Pete Davies says he wants to speak on 13, 14, 30, and 32.
13, 14, 30.
And 32.
Okay, I think there's some overlap there. Okay, so let's go to 13 and 14, then we'll go to 15 and then we'll move up to 30 and the 32. Okay, so let's go to agenda item 13, up 51 LLC, DBA Upside Pizza for Roadway Cafe. It's been referred to FDNY. Is there anyone here to testify on that? So I know that's Laura and Pete. If we can elevate them. And then were we expecting the applicant on these? Oh, we have the sidewalk and the roadway. So let's do.
I don't see them.
Okay, let's just do them together. So if you want to give your comments on the roadway and then the sidewalk. Laura and then Pete. Hi, Laura. Oh, we can't hear you.
You disappeared off my screen too. My whole screen went blank for a moment.
Hi.
But you're back. Upside Pizza. I'm not going to talk about. I sent you a pretty one pager, and I don't want to read the whole thing. And a lot of the stuff is on there. Bottom line, they didn't really stick to the stipulations for their pre-COVID sidewalk cafe. And in fact, because they had agreed to nothing other than that, well, one of the real problems with them is that they egregiously put in French doors after agreeing with the board not to have them. What they had in this sidewalk during COVID, I'm glad to see is not what they seem to be planning now.
Okay, that's good.
And that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But I want to talk about Spring Street and and also the sidewalk, because the Spring Street is very heavily trafficked. And in this location, it's just slightly over 25 feet wide. Where further west on Spring Street, we have Balthazar, who already put up their permitted roadway eatery. Balthazar already had an incident with the truck hitting it.
You mean like what we mean with like in the last month?
Yeah.
Oh, weeks.
It survived because they built something metal and good, but they already had an incident. According to them, they told me that. So I'm concerned that this is a good 5 feet narrower. And I don't think it really has room. Parking, stopping, truck deliveries are allowed on both sides. It's a shared bicycle area between the cars and the trucks. There's no delineated bicycle lane, but there are bicycle drawings on the roadway. It's also a regional corridor on the sidewalk with a sidewalk of only 11.8 feet. I don't see how, given the conditions, it's reasonable to conclude that even this narrower roadbed eatery that there is and the is safe, and a sidewalk eatery, I don't even see how it's feasible with ADA accessibility. That's the bottom line. I think that should a travel line waiver be required, I would urge you to recommend denial. And that's it.
Thank you so much. And is that for both I just want to make sure I got your comment.
That's both. I talked about both the roadway and the sidewalk.
You did. I just want to make sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Carter has a question for you, Laura.
So Laura, in your experience, they changed all these accordion doors. Do those doors open in or out? I mean, how do they open?
I think they open in.
Because the pictures they submitted, they look like
I don't even know how they open. Most of the time when I walk by there, they're open completely and they look as if there's nothing there. It was completely. I looked at the DOB website and I saw no permits for that. I saw a permit for interior work on the restaurant, but certainly not a facade change. It requires a different type of permit.
Yeah, no, the reason I was asking, because there's some pictures they submitted where it shows it shows the doors sticking out when they're open. So they fold into the side, but the hinge part sticks out, not in. And so it just looks, to your point, even more difficult to have sidewalk seating.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to access it. It's only 1 foot, 8 inches. All the other things of that, but okay.
It's difficult to pass by there as a pedestrian. It is that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Pete?
Yeah, thank you. Just so everybody's clear, both of their applications, paperwork, to the question, does they serve alcohol, says no. That's incorrect. Upside Pizza has a liquor license, so that needs to be corrected.
Thank you for pointing that out.
They don't indicate on their drawing that they're going to have anything on Mulberry Street, but invariably lately, there are high top tables at the curb on Mulberry.
That they have
They have been up recently. I don't know if they're up today, but
okay.
those have been up. They have set up their roadway dining, and it is pulled back from the corner. But what I see is a car has taken over that daylighting space. So I don't know if you can recommend to DOT that they crosshatch that and make that no parking. I think the intention with pulling back for the daylighting at the corners is that it's clear view rather than having a vehicle parking there or whatever. I'm not sure.
Approaching or not approaching?
Then their site plan doesn't seem to delineate a barrier for the sidewalk seating on Spring Street.
Okay.
And it shows one row of tables and chairs with a marker, a line 24 feet 6 inches, but no barrier. In the past, their array of tables and chairs migrates across the sidewalk.
Yep.
It gets really, really jammed up and crowded on that little stretch. So, and the doors do accordion out, unlike their drawing shows, which shows them bending, folding into the space. They fold out of the space. So,
for that.
Yeah, fortunately, the photographs also show that, verify it.
yeah. And I believe that their STIPs for their liquor license say that they will not open those. So,
So even if well, they say they go out, they don't go in, right? So they would still go into the space. Okay, so there's not really a path to compliance, it seems.
yeah, I mean, it seems that maybe if the applicant was here, they could tell us that they serve from those doorways. I don't.
Right, they're showing the doors in a different way.
Yeah.
And they only had 2 tables. The old, whatever was here before, only had 2 tables in their old sidewalk cafe plan. 3 tables.
Oh, that was there before?
Pomodoro Ristorante.
Yeah, they were there forever and they had
3 tables.
But that was all pre-COVID and it was a different world, and it never seemed to be a problem on that corner.
Oh, it's really.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Any questions for Pete? Okay, and the applicant's not here. Is there anything we want to discuss now on these 2 applications, or do we want to discuss it during business session? Business session? Liquor licensing is pretty egregious. Donna, you said that they had their liquor license.
I think in 21.
In 21. So that's, thanks Pete for pointing that out. I don't.
I think the combination of the as-built plus what they said makes it sort of difficult to put us in a position of approving it. Because they're not supposed to change the facade that's not supposed to exist.
Because
they can only serve from when it's open.
Oh.
But the whole point of the facade not being changed is to mitigate the noise. So it seems like that, but it's also just 18 inches with a barrier. There's no way to get to them.
1 feet 8 inches, right? Would be all that's left. Yeah. Okay, so that's kind of a nonsense. I don't think we should spend too much time on that, right? Okay, and then anything you want to discuss on the roadway, or save that for business session?
Well, it's
Business?
same old waiver for the roadway, that's.
Oh, right, okay.
And this gets a lot of just to the roadway, the turns here. This is a lot. This is very busy coming across on Spring and then going north.
Yeah, we'll want to make a note of that in our comments. Okay, so
You
let's,
you can even see it if you go to Google. They had a barrier up there in Mulberry that said, "Please don't hit me." or something.
Yeah.
okay, let's go to, okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on 13 and 14. And we have Corner Bistro next, 15 for the sidewalk. That's where we could go to that, and then we'll do 16, which we'll get Laura testifying on that, and then we'll go to 30, which is Robert, and Pete is testifying on that, and then we'll do 32, and then we'll finish Robert. So hopefully it won't be much longer. So let's go to number 15. We can keep Laura and Pete up. 68 Perry Street, Core DBA Corner Bistro at 331 West 4th Street for a sidewalk cafe. Robert, if you are around. Is there anyone here from the public to testify on Corner Bistro? Please raise your hand.
Robert, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Wait, it's really thinned out. All right, oh, he's just allowed to talk. Okay, so that's why he's not on me. Perfect. That's fine. Hi, Robert. Okay, Corner Bistro.
So for Corner Bistro,
Thank you, because I'm pulling up the application. So yes, please speak.
no, it's all right. On West 4th Street, we're looking to have 1 table, 2 chairs. And then on Jane Street, we're looking to have 3 tables and 6 chairs.
Okay, and are they both neighborhood corridors?
Yes, I believe, yes, both neighborhood corridors.
Okay, I'm just pulling up the plan right now, or I don't.
Yeah, I see, that on the James Street side, 2 of the tables, have a, sorry, let me see. That cafe area would be 4 feet wide. And then that there's another one closer to the corner that is only 1 foot 8 inches wide.
This one is a little strange. It's and the owner is gonna be talking to his architect because we didn't do these ones. So I think it's still in the motions of fixing it and playing around with it as much as possible.
I think I mean, the ADA is satisfied by the other tables, but
That one lone table across the fire hydrant.
yeah, a 1 foot 8 inch setup is pretty narrow. And is that a door that was drawn in on the corner there? Okay. Okay, so that would be the serving kind of over the shoulder there. Yeah, okay.
Is this the most recent drawing? When they were at SLA last week and they had moved the tables that are the 2 tops on Jane. They had moved it down.
There's only one on, oh.
So that they were on the other side of that door. But then it doesn't allow for the ADA, I think.
Right, because the tree pit.
Because of the tree pit.
That's why they moved them over to the left of that door.
Okay,
So it wouldn't be in the way of that tree pit.
Okay, and then the other thing is that they don't have any perimeters marked on these.
Okay.
So I don't know what that.
This is the plan we have, that you're saying it's different.
Yeah, I'm saying when they came to SLA, they had moved it over to here because the neighbors didn't let, they have, the hatch is open often and people use the rear door to exit and things. So I don't know what the conversation was, but it was moved from here to here and now it's back here.
And that's on the CB2 website?
Not even, I don't know that it is because it was sent in afterwards, so there was back and forth.
So I guess, Robert, we just need to know, are the tables on Jane Street, the 2, are they on the left of the door? Or are they on the right of the door? Because it sounds like the plan that we have here, they're on the left of that door, the two tables on Jane. And what Donna's saying is that they came to SLA last week, and then after that SLA meeting.
At the SLA, they brought to the SLA
They brought to the
meeting.
SLA meeting a site plan that showed the two tables on the right side on Jane. So we just need the plan that.
Okay, I understand. All right, so
Yeah.
from my plans, it is on the left of the door.
Same, that's what we have.
So that's what we have. I can confirm with them, and I agree with you guys. I don't think it would be a good idea to have them on the right side of the door because then you don't have that room with the tree pit. It will cut down.
Right.
So we'll confirm with them though. Just
Yeah,
to make
and then
100% sure, but
where are we
these
on the
are the plans we have, and these are the plans we're gonna tell them they have to go by.
They should get rid of them. I mean,
This one? This one.
I personally think there's hardly any room for the single tables once you put a perimeter on it. And, you know, it's just, and I'm also going to say that people stand around their doorway often. So it adds to the congestion there. And so, because it's a double entry, it enters here and they have the security man here. So people and they usually have an A-frame out here. And so people congregate here often.
Well, yeah, I know. They have the door that's swinging out open on both streets on the West 4th site plan, but then I see why they drew it in on the other one because there is no door swing out at all on that one. But yeah, we would recommend that one table across the fire hydrant on Jane Street be removed. And then, do we have any other comments on the West 4th Street?
It's the same thing on West 4th. It's 1, 2 feet they have there, I think is what it says. Is it 2 feet or is it 2 feet?
It's 2 feet and
Oh,
it
it's
says
2 feet, 10 inches. That one's 2 feet, 10 inches.
on
Well, and
West 4th.
Because they say the sidewalk is 12 feet, 10 inches. Oh, no, it's 2 feet.
Well, at the,
2 feet.
maybe they could have 2 10, but it's only marked as 2.
Yeah.
Right. And again, there's no perimeter.
Okay, so it sounds like the pathway to an approval with modifications, that is your option to take back to the applicant, Robert, is for 2 tables on Jane. As it's on the plan, as we both have it. We don't see a path to compliance with one on West 4th Street and with the one lone table on Jane Street, right? Is that?
I would disagree with that.
Okay.
What I see on West 4th Street is that there's only an 8-foot clear path required.
Okay,
And therefore, there would be enough room for a barrier and passage around the table for that one table.
But I think because they have the tree pit 8 foot, that is limiting them.
Yes, it is. They still have ample room around the table.
What's the address again? 334?
Tree pits do make it a little awkward of a room, but it does show that we would have enough room for it. But we can talk to them, see what they want to do, and we can definitely go from there.
1 West 4th. I just want to be clear. Hold on. I'm just trying to get.
I mean, if the width on West 4th Street can be wider than what it says right now, which is 2 feet.
That's right.
So I guess just figuring out what exactly.
It is, you're right. It's a neighborhood corridor on West 4th Street. So, okay, so if. Oh, let me just pull it up. So. Sorry, give me a second.
So we could make the comment on West 4th seating to show the barrier within the constraints of the 8-foot radiuses.
So with an 8-foot clear path and 3 feet, is there 11 feet to have?
Not with that 8-foot radius, to Brian's point, they just need to show the radius.
Oh, okay.
And show the perimeter and that it fits.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, so there's a path to have a table on Jane.
Yes.
I mean, on 2 on Jane and 1 on West 4th, because there's an 8-foot clear path required, not 10 feet on.
But I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Is Jane okay too? for that single table?
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Jane, they have it marked as an 8 foot from the hydrant. But they don't have any perimeter. It's 8 feet to the table with the 1 foot.
Yeah, I just gotta see the perimeter. Okay.
I don't know that the single table on Jane works.
Well, it's not a single,
Understand
we're
that one.
saying, we're saying to get rid of that table.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
we're
what
saying to
I
get rid of,
wanted.
we're saying
Get rid of that
two
one.
tables.
Keep the two top.
keep the two top tables furthest on Jane. And
the
then
single on West Fourth.
and the single on West Fourth, knowing now that you have 2 extra feet that you can take from the clear path because you only need 8. Thank you for.
2 tables on Jane and 1 table on West Fourth.
Okay, then I think we can see a pathway to the approval of modifications. Okay, hold on, there's 16. Let me get through 16 and we'll go to 30. Robert, and then we'll go to your others in between, okay?
Yeah, not a problem. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on Corner Bistro. Next, we're gonna go to Eataly Lafayette, LLC, DBA Eataly at 200 Lafayette Street for a sidewalk cafe. And I know that Laura Tenenbaum wanted to testify on that application, and she also sent in written testimony, which everyone should have received. So Laura?
Okay, again, you do have my written testimony, so I live directly across the street from the applicant, and they have been a pretty good neighbor. In terms of noise, but they close their cafe according to stipulations right now at 8 o'clock in the evening. And that's what they have stipulated to. I see now that they're asking for later hours for that. That's an SLA issue. In terms of the seating, they currently have, I think, 10 tables and 16 seats on the Lafayette Street side. I think they can't do that any longer, and that's how they're operating right now. But there are some things in the way. I think there's a pipe, a fire. I can't remember what they're called, sticking out there. Standpipe. Thank you. But both Lafayette Street and Broome Street are regional corridors. On Lafayette Street, because it was a small cafe, allowed on Lafayette, I believe the distance for pedestrians, the clearest path can be as low as 8 feet. I don't think that they took that into consideration in their planning. On the other side of it, on Broome Street, the clear path should be 10, and I don't see that in their plan. It seems as if there's no delineation on Broome Street for a perimeter, whatever it's called nowadays, in the plan for that, and nothing to deal with the fact that you're going to have service personnel competing with a very large number of tourists walking down that street year round. It just doesn't look feasible to me. The sidewalk is Broome Street there is 12 feet wide. And I don't see where you're going to get 10 feet.
You have any questions? Anyone have any questions for Laura?
Yeah, Laura, just to let you know, I reached out to DOT because I was confused also if they had seating on Broome Street, because they have some markers saying that there will be a cafe on Broome Street, but DOT confirmed that it's not on Broome Street. So I think that they originally submitted it with seating there and then deleted it.
Oh, so they're not showing it on Broome Street.
Right.
Oh, that's what it looks like.
I know they still have, it still says like length of cafe perimeter, but they don't show any tables. So DOT confirmed.
I actually thought there were tables drawn there. I see these little faint,
I see one square, but I don't know. DOT said that they're not.
Okay.
I don't know if the applicant is here.
No, I don't see the applicant here.
Yeah. Okay.
And what I've got.
All right, then I have no issues with the applicant.
Oh,
Yeah, we have a couple different drawings. My drawing shows the tables on Broome Street and Stella's do not.
I'm looking at in Adobe.
Are you looking in Adobe, Brian, or just a preview?
Oh, I see there's two street plans.
And Pete also put in the chat that the Italy application says their hours are 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m.
And right now they've stipulated to 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. close.
Okay.
Because they should be operating under stipulations for 8 p.m. right now. And but then you guys don't discuss hours, right? That goes.
Not here. No, I was just making a note about the 10:30 a.m. But okay. Okay, Pete Davies in the chat says the linked Italy site plan, which means linked on the CB2 website, shows Broome Street with 4 tables and 8 seats.
Yeah, that's what I saw too.
I just downloaded it as a PDF from the website, and I don't see the.
You know why?
So
I
on
think
the
it's
last page, if you download the plan, there's 2 site plans.
Yes.
If you download it from the CB2 website, like from our calendar.
So what I found when that happened is because it was corrected as a layer in Adobe.
Yeah, it says, well, there's a separate diagram.
Oh, and that doesn't show up in my version. On my version, it's blocked out.
Yeah, it's a separate page at the end.
Yeah.
What's the name of this? Oh, Italy. Sorry, I was looking for the corporate name, but it's.
And it shows no seating.
So I'm gonna download the original unredacted because when they're redacted, it is compressed. And that could affect if it's not double checked by the office. So let me just.
Yeah, so the version on the website has 2 different site plans. One where it has seating on both, and then one where it's only on one.
The one that shows seating that says on the perimeter, I believe those big black squares are the seats.
Yeah,
and then that little bit in between are the tables.
Oh.
The unredacted version also.
It's hard to understand, but I can look out my window and see that area, so I know what's part of the building and what's not.
The unredacted plan, just so the committee knows, does not include the diagram with the seating on Broome Street.
Yeah, but they're the same file.
No, I'm just saying that it's the layers that somebody edited it, and when you go to the redaction tool, it may have screwed up what's shown because somebody remade the PDF without deleting.
That they put a white box over it, and when you compress it, the white box goes away. So, okay. All right, so you can always just put to confirm there's no seating on Broome, just to make sure. Okay. Any other clarifications from Laura on this?
No.
I was asking them if they had questions for you. Okay, well, it sounds like it's like some sort of layer issue, but we'll put in the modifications to confirm that they will not have seating on Broome, among the other things mentioned from what you wrote in as well. And then we'll cover the hours in SLA. Any other comments on this? Can I close this public hearing? Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing on Italy. Laura, while I have you here for 32, would you like to testify on Citizens of Soho? We're going to go to 32. Citizens of Soho LLC at 201 Lafayette Street for a roadway cafe. If you'd like to testify on that, and Pete would also like to testify on that. Laura? Oh, you're not, we can't hear you. Laura,
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Again, when I'm going to hit it, my computer's been acting weird. Citizens of Soho LLC. I sent you along
Yes.
comments, and a lot of it was about their Sidewalk Cafe, and I really don't want to talk about that now. You
Okay.
have it, and you have the fact that there are issues with it. They're still setting it up against the curb, as they did all during COVID. And and I don't think the photograph for some reason didn't come through, at least it didn't on the one I printed out. But I had included a photograph of the canvas weather shed that's against the door that they use for during the winter. They did have seating in there, which was not permitted. And right now they're putting all of their street furniture, their cafe furniture in there for storage, and it's still sticking out into the public sidewalk. So that's an issue that's going on right now. The problems that we had with their shed, and I'm calling it that purposefully, was that it was often not well maintained. It's also that let me go back. The plan that they sent you is missing a lot of elements. It's not showing the large tree pit that's about 6 feet long and 3 feet deep. That's right where the shed is placed. Okay. There's a bike rack which is not in front of their it's hard to describe, but this is more than one building, but but it's a single lot that takes up the full square block with multiple addresses on it. So I don't know how the DOT will deal with going over the edge of the building into the next building, because in a way it's also the same building. And this is what, during COVID, their Sidewalk Cafe extended well beyond their frontage. The frontage.
Okay.
And in fact, they put a sandwich board over the bicycle rack.
Oh, geez. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
So they also have large garbage pail on the sidewalk side of the tree pit, along with signage. Right now there's an obstructed clear path when they have their Sidewalk Cafe along the curb with that thing sticking out where it's way at less than 8 feet. So the problem with the roadway structure is that there's a bicycle lane. When they first set it up, the bicycle lane was not against the curb. It was a parking lane against the curb, and that's where they put their roadway. Now you're going to have to cross a bike lane to get to the roadway eatery that they're recommending, and it's an incredibly busy bike lane. When the DOT came talking about the extending bike lanes in our area, they said that this bike lane was a major way to go to and from the Brooklyn Bridge. It's busy all the time, and bicyclists go both ways on it. I think it's dangerous. Yeah. I think that, maybe other locations with a bike lane aren't quite but I really do think this is a dangerous spot for everybody.
Okay.
That's it.
Great, thank you so much. You know what's strange about this? And I know Pete wants to testify on this one as well. What's strange about this is that they applied the same time for their Sidewalk Cafe, but their Sidewalk Cafe is not on my list. So,
well,
I mean, their roadway cafe is not on my list, but we are expecting a Sidewalk Cafe, but the roadway, which they applied at the same time, is not.
No, the roadway is the one that's
correct. Yeah,
the one that's on the agenda, right?
I know, yeah, but I'm just saying that when I say list, I mean my list of what I'm expecting. So it's strange because they applied for it at the same time. Okay.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we can't discuss them both at the same time because it's a gestalt, isn't it?
It is. Thank you, Laura. And Pete?
I won't take up a lot of your time, but I am going to comment on the sidewalk because what they're showing is what they have now.
There's a sidewalk on the site plan?
Massive tables and chairs at the curb, a massive tables and chairs against the building.
So Pete, I just want to bring up that that diagram is incorrect. It's the same issue we had on the redaction.
Oh.
The site plan that you're looking at is not actually in the official.
I'll share my screen. I'll share my screen just so we can all get on the same page with that.
But even if their site plan is incorrect, in actuality, they're doing exactly what their photographs and what this diagram shows. And as Laura said, they have the canvas structure against the building, and they have a service station next to that on the sidewalk. So
this is why
to see what this is going to look like.
So this is the, just so everyone knows, Pete, continue. I don't want to interrupt your testimony.
Okay, and one other thing, their signage is illegal, and I've tried to get that to landmarks, and online it's a problem, but they added that signage, the plastic box above the doorway that's you can see in their photos. They added that sometime around 2022. So, and they didn't, it has no permit. Went from landmarks. This is in a landmark district.
It's something attached to the roadway or it's attached to the sidewalk?
It's attached to the building above the entrance to the doorway.
And it's going to the roadway cafe?
No, it's just a signboard.
Oh, okay.
Above the door.
It's like a movie theater.
Oh, got it. Hold on, I just want to pull this up. What agenda number 32? Okay, so on this one, oh, that's weird because it shows one. I have, let me go to where I'm sharing my screen. I have two. Oh, no, I don't. I mean, it's the same thing. I don't think it's that's what is on the website. Oh, this seating here. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah.
That's so weird.
So see how this says May 5th rectangle? So when you add shapes on Adobe like this and you don't flatten the file, it comes with these layers on it. When it gets compressed, it takes out this so that shows. You see that? That seems to be what has happened. I mean,
it's still
because you're not using an architect and you're doing it in Adobe.
That's the office causing.
They're not showing the tree that's there and the tree.
Well, no, I understand I understand that, but what I'm saying is people are editing these in Acrobat and they're live files with live layers. And any design professional or anyone should know when you send something, it's a flat file no matter what, and you should do whatever we shouldn't have to go and quality check that something got compressed and it got changed. We just don't have the time. So I'm sorry about that. Maybe I'll try it when the office opens the file and they see that it's the comments, that maybe they know to double check on that, but it's just a lot. And it's frustrating for everyone because then we all have this idea of it's one way versus it's not. And so I'm sorry about that discrepancy, but that's what the applicant, did. And this is what it's caused.
Okay, and I guess that's why we shouldn't be paying attention to sidewalk today and should focus on the road.
Yeah.
It's just hard to understand if anybody was reviewing the rules, how that could have even been submitted.
Correct. Yeah.
And just.
Yeah. So maybe we'll try to catch that as best we can before the meeting to prevent this. just from everyone kind of taking a look at these. So if you do come across that, feel free to email, info@cb2.org to point out something, and then maybe that's like just it being brought up in that way that maybe we can fix it before the meeting. But we're all in this together trying to figure it out so we can all help and see if we catch those things. But also maybe I should also just go look as well and just, maybe we just have someone quality assurance check something. We'll figure it out. Okay.
And not to kick a dead horse, but because these guys operate in the way they do, which is we're just going to continue to throw tables out where they shouldn't be. I don't know how you deal with that in terms of, is that at this point, is that something that just needs to get filed as complaints, or
Yeah,
what do you do?
it's the paper trail of the complaints. And I know I know it's very frustrating, but it does create the record. And it does seem that now the flip side of it, that the most egregious non-compliant setups are the sidewalk ones that are spilling onto the furnishing zone. People that had barriers before don't because other people don't. And that seems to be, whereas the roadway are now these set prescribed, setups that are required to be much smaller, and they are for the most part. But you're exactly right, Pete. There's a lot of non-compliant sidewalk setups, and frankly, from operators that have been compliant and did have barriers and whatnot.
So I would, Pete, are you done? Anything else?
I'd like that.
Pete, did you have anything else? Okay.
So I just kind of wanted to summarize some of the comments we might want to put in there. That they're related to the sidewalk, but it could affect the roadway. So they have a lot of umbrellas, big umbrellas that far exceed the borders of their legitimate seating areas. And if they do that on the roadway, that's going to be a real problem. They're going to be basically covering the amenity zone with umbrellas. So I think that, and it also brings up the.
It's the bike lane between
sidewalk. So if they use those big umbrellas, it's going to encroach on the bike lane or who knows where. But it also raises the question, if they use umbrellas, they have checked off the boxes. We might want to reiterate, if there's signage on the street that can't be blocked, then they can't use umbrellas. And I'm not sure how close they are to the corner. They certainly don't show it, and I don't have the map. But if it's anywhere close to a corner, we might want to make that point that there's no.
Yeah, I think it's hard to evaluate this because there are no measurements. And that's what makes the complication. All we see is a 8-foot by 20-foot box.
With no context.
Without, it just says bike lane. We don't know how this fits in with the buffer lane, because there is a buffer lane there. So for me, I think that the large issue is just the indication of, of all the measurements for that, including the width of the bike lane. And then also just showing, ask the comments on the sidewalk situation as well, not the sidewalk setup, but this missing the tree pit. And the tree pit's important is because we have the issue of crossing a bike lane for people to access it. So there's only a few spots that you can cross from the sidewalk to access this. So I think that's becomes the issue, is that it's not revealed any of this on the site plan. So.
Well, we saw this with White Horse. The floating roadway seating is only accessible because of the bike lane from the intersection at the corner. They're on the corner.
From the ADA.
Yes, that's right. because you can't put a ramp from the sidewalk onto the bike lane in order to access the roadway seating.
Oh, so they don't have the
It's
buffer
never
on
been
here.
demonstrated to
Right.
us what the procedure is for that, right?
Right.
And
Well,
I think.
Right, that's what I'm saying, that
Procedure.
of course, the procedure was to go around to.
Right, but here they're close to the intersection. There is a buffer zone, but this becomes, it's not disclosed. Right, and I think that that's an important element because of the required insurance, that it's not disclosed on the site plans. And so it's very difficult, you know, to evaluate it.
So I see that their roadway.
So that's why I'm saying in our comments of what we need to see or what needs to change, I think that should be one. What is the ADA accessibility of the roadway seating?
Yeah, and I think we've consistent, that's right, and that's exactly right.
No, storefront is-
Because I've mentioned this a number of times, right, in crossing the bike lanes, is had this issue, for some time, because it's never been properly addressed, and it wasn't legal, right, at one point, until they changed regulations. That there's no, if you were to put a ramp down for somebody to cross, there is no procedure to stop a bike lane. Like, do you have a flagger? How do you stop the oncoming bicycle traffic to make it safe? Or is it okay that in the buffer zone between the bike lane and the floating parking lane, is that okay to have ADA access through that? And is that okay to access to the seating area? There's no indication of access to the roadway seating. It's just a lack of information. I'm not saying it's okay or not. It's just that there's flooring, is there not flooring? What's the grade element, et cetera.
So their old road, so the bike lane came in.
It was moved.
Yeah.
It became a protected bike lane at some
2021
point.
or something?
At some point after, so they had a roadbed structure, which was then, along with a number of other businesses here, which were moved or removed. And again, these particular streets here have a curvature to them. So it's a little more complicated putting something in the street. They're pretty heavily curved, if I remember correctly. Center Street certainly is.
Looks like it was on the outside in 2021 on Google Maps.
And I seem to remember at another location just to the south of Lafayette, they had the same structure to make it level. The floor
The thing is-
level, it's actually raised up quite a bit because the curvature of the street is higher, I guess, to promote drainage or whatever it is. My biggest problem here is just that we don't have a diagram that shows.
Well, also their old setup looks like it was 20 feet and it extended beyond their frontage. And so I'm curious because their frontage doesn't look that big, but it's hard to see because of their scaffolding in some parts. So the roadway dimension before was 17 feet by 8 feet. And they're saying this is 20 feet, and the 17 feet in the old program that's shown on the older Google Map photos extends beyond there. It goes into 199. So I don't know if they go up to that awning of 199 or not. Anyways, like, is their frontage just this, or is it this? Because before their roadway extended like that. And their sidewalk, as you can see here, is going all the way up there. So are they?
Not the corner.
It's not this?
Not that.
So it's this, so it needs to be smaller. It's definitely not, and they don't have the dimensions of their frontage on there, so. Okay, I think we should move on. We get to move on so we can get through the rest of the application. Okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on Citizens of Soho for the roadway cafe application. Thank you, Laura and Pete, for your comments, and Laura for sending in your written testimony. So next, we're going to go to number 30. So we're gonna go to number 30. 'Cause I know that Pete wanted to testify on that, and that's also one of Robert Hall's. We're gonna go through Robert for the rest of his so we can get him out of here. So we're gonna go with number 30, and Prince Inc., DBA Momoya Soho at 47 Prince Street for a sidewalk cafe. Pete? Hello? Pete? Hey, Robert, welcome back.
Thank you.
Pete, do you want to testify on number 30?
So this is Momoya, right?
Yep.
Their diagram is showing a much more limited number of seats on the sidewalk. But currently, they had taken everything away and they have reset their sidewalk and are currently operating with full package of tables and chairs entirely along the entire storefront of Mulberry Street. So it seems that their site plan is correct in terms of clearances and all that, but that's not how they're operating right now.
Okay, so they're not, so what it sounds like is what they propose looks great and fits within the rules, but they are currently not operating under the rules now.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so Robert, would you like to address any of that or have any comments?
Just trying to get the plan. I had the wrong ones out.
Oh, same. I'm trying to pull it up
1 second.
myself.
My apologies.
No, it's all right. I totally get it. I'm gonna do the same. Okay. So then Prince. Okay. We're on Momoya, number 30.
Okay, so from what I know on this one, all we have is the 3 tables. If I'm looking at the correct plan, these are the only ones I have in this file.
Yeah.
So it's the 3 tables on Mulberry.
I appreciate they're printed out. I'm pulling it up as well.
We could talk to them. I don't really know what to say with this one.
Okay.
But we could talk to them about all this and make sure they follow the rules as always. Of course, everybody we speak to, they say, "Oh, we're following the rules," until we come to the community board, and then that's when we find out the truth.
Where is the perimeter isn't on here, but that table that's in the middle, the single table? The single table, not the two tops next to each other by the entry, but the one that's down between the 2 tree pits. How is waitstaff getting there?
From inside? Yeah, they have a little.
Do they have a?
So we do have the service aisle inside that are coming.
So it's operable windows that they can.
Yeah, they have the operable windows right there.
Any questions, other comments? Yeah, I guess just give the feedback that they're not compliant right now. Are there any modifications?
We know how many tables have been out there. If they've been saying that they're not following the rules, so we can say. If Pete has any information on that, I'd love to hear it so I can say something to them.
Hey, Pete. Can you check them?
What happened to Pete? Come back, Pete. Yeah, this is a strange.
Well, either way, we'll tell them they have to follow the rules. They have to stick to the 3 tables. They can't have more, and they have to make sure it's in between those 10 feet distances, because if not, people will come and measure and it'll be an issue for them.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what the number is. You could ask Pete in the chat if he can respond. I can't pull up anything on text, so. Okay. Any other comments on this one? Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing on M Prints. And we're gonna move on to the rest of yours, which we have let's just, I guess we could go up and backwards. So we'll go to 27, Slice.
Right.
DBA
I
Wild.
originally pulled out and I was confused.
I decided to go up. Slice West Village LTD, DBA Wild at 535 Hudson Street for a sidewalk cafe. Is there anyone here from the public to testify on this application? I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand. I will say I've walked by here where it extends, where I literally have like a big laundry bag and it like literally can hit people because they don't have the clear path, and like my laundry bag is, you know, smaller than the clear path, and it's sometimes it's hard to walk by there. Let me pull it up. Does anybody have anything they want to start with or questions? I just don't have it pulled up.
Sure, the primary building entrance to the right. So I guess that's
341 Hudson.
Is that what 541 is not indicated on here? So there's a.
It's taking a while for mine to upload for me.
Yeah, 341 Hudson Street, which is to the right, is right there, and the primary building entrance isn't indicated.
How is the tree bed that wide on the site plan, but the cafe, it's as wide as the cafe? Am I wrong?
Again?
It's the architect throwing it in there, I guess. It looks a lot bigger. It shouldn't be that big.
You didn't put it there. It's just really strange. So like, what's off? Is the seating off, or is
I think the tree bed is off, though, how big it is.
That's big. It's a big tree pit.
Okay. Okay, fair.
Extra big.
Okay, fair.
Extra big tree.
That's fair. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just make a point that your client did say that in a recent meeting that they have the barriers already. They're getting them ready because they wanted to get everything included when they finally order them and install them. So I commend them on preparing for that and complying in that way, because so many people say they're going to have barriers but never put them up.
I mean,
that's it. Go ahead.
thank you. I'm just, when I look at the photographs and I look at what's on the site plan, it's not 10 feet to those two tables. I mean, it's not 10 feet to the perimeter. Like I said, I've walked through with my laundry bag through that very point, and my laundry bag, it's like an IKEA kind of bag, so and that brushes up by people, and it's not 10 feet. Clearly, my laundry bag's not 10 feet. So I walked by there as the setup is in those photographs, and what's proposed is a double layer of tables. That's not going to meet the 10 feet. I know you didn't draw this, but I'm really hesitant to, I'm really hesitant on that because it's not, I don't think that's accurate.
Talking about between the fire hydrant and the barrier?
Yeah, because when you look at
Just go look at the June 2019, they've got 3 tables. I
Yeah.
don't think that's 10 feet.
Again, I know you didn't draw this, but I'm just saying, like I said, I personally have walked here with something wide that's less than 10 feet, and I barely make it through with that item. I'm gonna find out what the dimensions of that bag is. The dimensions of that bag are,
Oh, if you look at the
3
historic,
feet?
if you look at the historic drawings,
from the old Sidewalk Cafe
Yeah.
plan for that location?
yeah,
Mhm.
they had 9 feet from the hydrant to the barrier.
How many layers of table?
They had the same layers of tables, but they had 4.5 feet instead of 3 feet as the gap. So it looks like, and the tables were 2 feet wide. So it looks like it would work.
Okay, that's fair.
Looking at the old diagrams, I think part of I don't know what size the tables are that they're using now, and, you know, they're not in compliance. We hear this all the time about this location, so I think they're working on it.
Think smaller tables, you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know if it's smaller tables, the old Sidewalk Cafe.
I'm gonna show you in a second. I
Yeah.
just can't pull it up. I have way too many
Okay.
files open.
Oh, and the tree is a big tree. I'm looking at a photo on Google
Okay,
Maps right
that's
now.
fine.
That is a very big tree.
Right.
Okay, so let me just share my
Seems to be-
screen. Oh, my Post-it notes, like they grow like a weed.
I think the tree is in the wrong place.
Yeah.
I think the tree is south.
Okay, let me just share my
It
screen.
is a little farther down, but it's still,
And then the other thing I'm just gonna mention is that they were just at SLA, they've expanded into the next door premises.
They can't do that.
Well,
they're working on it.
They're working on it. I mean,
Oh.
they've taken over the space.
Oh, okay,
operating Out
oh.
of the space, and they came to SLA for their alteration to expand there, but it's not included in this sidewalk plan, is my point.
I think actually that this does encompass both, because it says that those restaurant frontage is 50 feet.
So.
Looking at Google Maps, their original.
And maybe, okay, so maybe it does.
So then
and
the
that
tree
would
is in the
explain.
right place,
Okay.
because they're talking about the double.
Too, okay.
So there's the 9 feet for what's required for the hydrant on the sidewalk?
10.
Okay. So then if that goes into 10, then that's 7 feet 5 inches, which is 7 feet here. So it should be able to work
It should be
out.
able to
Okay.
work.
So what's the modification?
The modification, I think, is those 2 tables that are over on the
These?
right-hand side. These 2, because you have a primary building entrance there.
so you want to see if they'll take them out?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But also, and also, it's the 5 feet from the primary building entrance, and also because they are so busy with people congested around the entryway and wait staff going in and out, that to then have wait staff going left and right, it just doesn't help the congested issue that goes on, I think.
Yeah, and they also tend to have a host stand out there.
Norma code.
Yeah, well,
Promote.
okay, any other?
Host stand is not allowed.
Yeah, the host stand there, they're not allowed to have that.
Again, I haven't looked lately, but I do remember that from before. This was like when it was the summer.
Robert, we usually just ask that you put the principal residential entrance on the plan and show a 5-foot dimension from that entrance to your closest seating, so that we know that along that building, there's 5 feet from the door to where you're going to start seating.
Yeah, and then checking that box on the arm. Okay, we have
Which box were you talking about for that?
S22.
Okay. All right, I see that one.
I know, isn't that sad we have it memorized? Okay, while we're still on this application, I see someone has their hand raised, and since we didn't have any public testimony, I'm gonna allow Norma Cote to speak, so let's just put a pin for a second, Robert, and let's hear Norma's comments, and then we can move on to your other applications. So Norma?
Thank you. I stepped away for a moment, so I hope that I didn't miss something and that what I'm about to say is new to you. I have measured the sidewalk there, and I believe that the measurements that are given in the plan are incorrect and that they are in fact exaggerated. I measured the distance between the sidewalk and the hydrant, and I measure 16 feet, 3 inches. And the applicant says there's a 7-foot distance there.
I think it's 10.
Pardon
You
me?
measured from the fire hydrant to the current perimeter of their sidewalk cafe, you measured 3 feet what?
No, I measured things that don't move from the hydrant to the side of the building.
Okay.
And that was 16 feet, 3 inches by my measurement. And the application says it's 17 feet. If you allow 10 feet for a clear path and 7 feet for the cafe that they've illustrated there. I think the cafe has to shrink sideways, and I think it is too shallow for there to be 3 tables side by side. I think we've seen the same problem. We've seen the same problem with another restaurant on the same block, like How. And in fact, you can probably see the consequences of it in photographs from this restaurant or like How. 3 tables deep is just too wide. I might also say that consistent with the over measuring of the part that I've just talked about, it seems that they have exaggerated the width of the sidewalk as a whole. They say that the entire sidewalk is 19 feet, 2 inches. But if you look at the resolution that the committee made for the Lighthouse application, you see that you measured the width of the sidewalk on that same block is only 18 feet, 5 inches. So the bottom line is there is only room for 2 tables deep on that block where there are obstacles in the amenity zone. And they've always had 3 there, and it makes the sidewalk very difficult to traverse. So that's all I have to say.
No, it doesn't. It says the street curb. This was the, oh, 20. I think that includes the curb.
I don't know.
Oh. Thank you, Norma.
You're welcome.
Wait, one question. You said you measured 16 feet, 3 inches from the hydrant or from the edge of the curb to the building line?
From the hydrant
Okay.
to the building.
16 feet, 3 inches, but from the hydrant, the edge of the hydrant.
I see on the old architectural plans that were stamped by an architect that the width of the sidewalk from the hydrant to the building line, yeah, which is 17 feet, 5 inches.
It's on the screen.
You need to pull up your apps.
No, it's, oh, from the hydrant. Okay, from the hydrant, right, from the hydrant. Okay. Thank you, Norma.
You're welcome.
Okay, okay, Robert, we're back. Any other clarification?
I don't really have anything else for this one.
Anyone?
Yeah, just say
I understand that we need to put the primary building entrances and everything and take those 2 tables away.
Okay.
Just be clear on that was the things you wanted us to fix, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
What else? Anything? Carter, you had a comment?
I'm just gonna say, there's obviously measuring of sidewalk widths is clearly defined, but that doesn't mean that it's measured properly in the old plans.
Yeah.
But the old plans do indicate that the sidewalk width is 20 feet, 6 inches. The current plans indicate 19 feet, 2 inches. So I think if anything, it just needs to be measured to see what the actual.
Yeah. Okay.
I think honestly it would be good to get another measurement.
Yeah, I mean,
I
that's
can talk
measurements.
with Michael on that one, possibly see if we can get somebody out there to measure it again. If that's something we have the manpower to do at the moment.
Okay, right.
Just a lot of conflicting measurement, and it's not questioning anybody's measuring skills at all, but it seems that there's just different.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems fairly straightforward, but I don't know why they're different measurements.
Yeah. And it's not like the sidewalk was growing or shrinking, so.
Yeah, exactly. But it could be that there's a curve, where the starting point is that you measure.
Yeah, from that edge, not all the way to the end of the sidewalk, but at the curb line.
Well, I know when we were doing measurements, what we were liking doing was measure one side of the building, curb to building, and then go to the other side of the building, curb to building, because there are some that there is a little difference. They weren't huge differences, but there were some that was off by an inch just because of how the buildings were built, curb was. But to be off by almost a foot, it does make it a little different.
Maybe you gained something. I don't know.
Yeah, from 19 feet 2 inches to 20 feet 6 inches.
If it is actually 20 feet 6 inches, that's better for us. So.
Right. Well, yeah, and just depending on where the hydrant is.
Yeah. So I'll see if we'll definitely make the changes with the tables and the cafe. Like I'll talk to Michael and the client with that one. And then, like I said, if we can get somebody out there to measure again, we'll try it.
Okay.
Just so we can be accurate.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna close the public hearing on number 27. Slice West Village Ltd. Now we're gonna go to 26. Robert.
Yes.
Okay, so Hakeem Hospitality LLC, DBA Leon's, 817 Broadway for a sidewalk cafe. Is there anyone here from the public to testify? All right, Robert, committee. I'm pulling things up. I'm also gonna verify that.
We don't have any barriers on Broadway.
No barriers on Broadway. Is it really not a global corridor there?
What's the business name again?
Hakeem Hospitality.
Global on Broadway? Yeah.
It's a global, yeah, and then the seating's on Broadway and on?
Yeah, it's on both.
So we have a
It's
global.
Regional on 12th.
Yep, so regional on 12th.
I've marked down it's a regional and global.
Right. So, global on Broadway, which is 12 feet. Okay, so let me just pull up or anyone else want to start?
It's just not previously licensed.
It was?
From a sidewalk or a liquor standpoint?
From a sidewalk.
Okay.
And I think it's a fairly recent construction, this sort of bump out stuff.
Lost my folder.
I'm gonna share my screen just so that I can ask the question.
Thank you.
Okay. So here, I can't zoom. Sorry. Okay, so here, what Brian was just saying, that there's no perimeter here.
Yeah.
And it looks like it would be difficult to do a perimeter here with how this 12-foot radius is measured. So it's saying that there will be a chair here, there will be a chair here, but not here or here. But because you need that perimeter, it would be a circular perimeter, like a rounded perimeter.
Yes.
Which would also make it so that it would be impossible to pass from this table to this table. Because it would have to be so tight here. And also would mean that serving cannot happen from this table. So I'm wondering if this would be better suited to just a rectangle setup rather than this kind of irregular shape.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think we can talk to the owner, maybe even do smaller tables.
Yeah.
I even think, me personally, I'd say a two-seater,
Yeah, of
but I don't want to speak for them just because I'd like to talk to them first about that one.
course.
What do you guys think if we possibly talked about like doing like a two-seaters instead of, so it's not having it's more like a square table, so it's up against the wall, not in this awkward angle as much.
Right, it looks like if you did just a straight rectangle, the width would be 3 feet 5 inches. So then, yeah, you could have a row against the building here. Kind of like this. Up here.
Yeah, like those two, exactly.
Okay. I mean, it's a lot of detail on here, but I do see it goes down to 2 feet 7 inches on the next.
This is
side,
this is the
except for
crazy
that-
one.
Except for that big bump out. Because it seems as though if you had an entrance on that big corner, but the whole thing's only 2 feet 7 inches for the 2 feet 7 inches for the most part. I'm looking on 12.
Here.
But like bump out, like there's no, the only way to get into the cafe is from the skinny side. So if you've got a wheelchair, you can't get in there.
Although here, it's 3 feet.
Right.
5, so it'd be okay.
Right, any other comments or changes? Proposed modifications you want to
How are
share?
you getting
You get in on in the
that
middle.
corner?
No, you get in the middle.
Oh, here?
Yeah, it's all closed off, you see? It's closed off. Any other comments or modifications you want to share with Robert?
It would be good to know, Robert, what the depth of the recess at the building wall is, where the seats are tucked in there, just to give us a dimension, that's all.
Ones that we spoke about.
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else on this one? Anyone? You gotta let me know either way, otherwise I'm gonna move on. Okay. Robert, we're gonna close the, we're gonna close the public hearing on this one and we'll go to 21. Do you have anything else on this one?
Give me one. Let me see. I believe Michael just finished. I'd like to talk to him about this one. Maybe have him add his 2 cents on these.
Okay.
This one.
Sure.
Hey, Michael. Can you get him? With Hakeem Hospitality. Yeah, I just wanted to talk to you about this one just because they brought something to my attention, and
Hey, Michael.
so he just walked back in the other room real quick. He's coming back 1 second. I apologize.
That's okay. Wait, 20. What's the other one we have? Oh, 21. And then all you have left is Bar PD, right?
And 19, I think.
Oh, you have
After
19.
that, I have 19 and 21.
Oh, okay, I forgot.
Okay, so we have Michael here now as well.
Yes.
Hi, Michael.
Hi.
With this plan,
You missed that?
can you guys pull that plan up again on yours? Unfortunately, I don't have that red circle on mine.
1 second.
So their concerns are these ones right here with the 12-foot. They'll show you on this one. Right here. They were wondering if we could change these tables to like 2-seaters, kind of like that. I told them I'd speak to you and the owner about that one.
Yeah, we'll talk to the owner about it, because
That way they can have a perimeter there. I mean, we want to try to find a way to keep those 2 tables for you guys and your client. But as proposed, there is no perimeter there, and they seem, once you add a perimeter, it's like literally up against the table, you can't get in there,
I think the only thing they could do is make the table smaller.
so. Yeah, or like a 2 top, yeah, whatever you guys could find to be able to have a perimeter there.
Okay, I see what you're. You're my architect.
Yeah, this one's a little crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of detail on there.
Too much detail.
Great. Okay, is there anything else on this one? You got a good colleague here, Michael. He's
in training. He's in training.
He's real sharp. So we're trying to get through the rest of y'all so he could get out before we still have another 8 or something. So
Okay.
Thanks so much.
All right, you're welcome.
All right, yeah, so we'll talk to them about that one.
Okay. Thanks, Robert. Thanks, Michael. So I'm going to close the public hearing on Leon's. And now we're going to go to 21 and then we'll do 19. Sound good?
Sounds great to me.
Okay, so let's do Bar Giacosa Core DBA Bar PD at 268 6th Avenue for a sidewalk cafe. And I don't see anyone that could be the applicant on this one. I see Darlene has her hand raised, so we do have public testimony on this one. So Darlene? Okay.
Hi, thank you again for the opportunity. Hi. I'm going to make this quick. Bar PD has been a stalwart staple in this community for over 35 years. I personally know the owner and have. I met him when he was a waiter at Dessyn next door. They have had a sidewalk license cafe for the entire time they've been open. And to my knowledge, he's operated it under every rule. And, I am in full support of him continuing, because when Giovanni pulls up tent, I think I'm out of New York City. So thank you for the opportunity to stand for, the community and our longtime good operators. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Appreciate your comments and you taking the time. You should have mentioned you wanted to testify on this one. I would have called it up a little sooner. But thank you for staying around. Okay, so Robert, let's go through this. Anyone on the committee have something they want to address first? Just now pulling it up.
Well, I would like to make the comment. I am glad to agree with Darlene. It's a very refreshing comment, and I do agree with, I haven't known the owner as long as she has, but it does seem like a great operation. This is such an unusual site plan because this is one of those places where the sidewalk has gotten exponentially expanded over the years, or with the I don't know, various roadway changes or pedestrian changes, little red schoolhouses, right? I think up the block or something. But there's a lot of landscaping and a lot of sidewalk space. This particular application and layout seems to be innocuous. It's doesn't seem like there's much of any problem, except maybe the principal residential entrance needs a little more clearance.
Yeah, I can share my screen here too.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I see what you guys mean with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's this one. And then there's one down here as well. And it's a significant building. One other thing, there's this emergency exit here that's not on the site plan. It would be like right here.
What it is, an emergency exit?
Yeah, it's that. It says it on the
Yellow thing?
It's a subway emergency
Yeah.
grate. All right, meaning it pops up with a
EMG
stairway.
exit
Oh, wow.
here. So
Yeah.
those require 5 feet. It's under, which one?
We could do a little turny thing.
Oh, I can't?
On the right side, more because it's driving me nuts.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, where is S24, emergency exit
Oh.
hatch. So that needs 5 feet. And I think it would be like right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'd probably lose those 2 tables at the end on our plan.
These two.
Yeah.
But you still need the 5 feet.
But then what about the
building
3
entrance,
above?
too.
Right,
So
there's
you're gonna
still
lose
So
that
that, so
row.
maybe that last row, which I know
Okay.
is not symmetrical, but it's,
Right, yeah, I could talk to Michael and the client about that one.
Okay.
Definitely got to put that emergency grade on.
I had no
And-
idea that's what that was. Okay.
And then this entrance as well. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know exactly, is this just empty space?
believe it's a service aisle. Just because it looks like the rest of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I could find out, and we could also measure them to see how big they are.
Yeah, I
And
mean, if the tables.
maybe push everything in a little bit so we
Yeah.
can have the enough space.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm just addressing this to the room that with so much extra sidewalk space, I'm just wondering where the clear path must be. It's not like the meatpacking district where they added a bunch of cobblestone outside of the curb line and creating a wider pedestrian walkway.
What's interesting here is actually a city park. Because in front of Little Red School is a city park. And with the adjacent business that they had put in at some point, that was an issue for the Sidewalk Cafe. Because they extended the Little Red Park in front. I'm not sure where all the measurements go, but that became the boundary on the outer edge. And I'm not sure if these trees are included or where that begins and ends. And also, if you look in the historic site plans, there are about 6 different variations of the Sidewalk Cafe over time. And the current configuration is similar to the first sidewalk configuration, except that there's the full width service aisle for the waiters, whereas here, you know, you've got 5 tables
Oh, yeah.
and 9 feet, it looks like, but it also looks like it goes a few inches into the building line. So there've been various changes here, but I think that the Little Red Park or whatever that's called.
Little Red Square.
Little Red Square.
Little Red School, Little Red Square.
Has been a big part of that, because there was some other existing business before the owner of this business took over the space next door as well. And that's where we went into the history.
So what's the answer? Is that
Yeah,
because it's
so
a park?
what do we,
What's the summary?
the street light post is out by the curb.
Right, but what I'm saying is that you have the other street trees there.
Huh?
And the light posts, I don't know what those, if those are in the park.
No, well,
Right there.
so we don't have the information to answer that question of where the pathway has to be. So, well, anyway, that's,
But it's more than that. The 10 and the 10 and the 10 now.
Here they're limited by the transformer vault.
Right.
Here they're limited by the light post, so they could technically be 2 inches more here. And then here they're limited by, I would assume that this tree is not part of the park. that's separated. So then they're just limited by.
Where does the park go?
The park would be over here.
But isn't that whole thing the park?
I don't know if this tree is the park. We go back to the, like, is this the park?
Oh,
It's just down
I
here.
see. I feel like that's the park with the seating.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe that's not. Okay.
Park is a little far. It looks like it's the beginning of the park, but it's
Yeah,
not.
that is, yeah. Okay. All right, anything else on this one? Okay,
Yeah, so I'll talk to Michael and the client about this one with the residential clearances, putting that emergency grate on and trying to get a more accurate number of tables and chairs for everybody.
okay. So I'm gonna
And
close.
the tables and chairs will just come up with the liquor licensing, that's just reasonable.
I'm sorry?
I said that the reasonable amount of tables and chairs that fit in the space, because it seems.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I see what you mean with that. I'll talk with Michael and the client about that one.
Okay. I'm gonna close the public hearing on number 21, Bar PD, and I'm gonna open the public hearing for 24 Fifth Avenue LLC, DBA Claudette, for a sidewalk cafe. Robert, is there anyone here from the public that wants to testify on that? Please raise your hand. If not, we'll go to Robert. So Robert, can you tell me, this was submitted, no? And then withdrawn, or was it the roadway that was withdrawn?
The roadway was withdrawn.
Oh, okay, that's right, okay.
We're
is
keeping the sidewalk.
Okay, so that's not gonna come back, okay. May we ask why, or just out of curiosity?
The landlord.
Okay, got it. Oh, interesting.
The landlord didn't want that, so they were okay with the sidewalk.
Okay, interesting. All right, so 21, 19. So Claudette, let me just pull it up myself. Does anybody have anything they want to start with while I pull it up?
Just to confirm, there's no seating on West 9th Street, right?
No seating on West 9th.
Okay, cool.
And there was a sidewalk cafe here before.
With a lot more seats.
And sorry, it's taking a second to load for me, Robert. Anybody else have any questions? Is there anything? Okay, so let's see. Planters, 8 feet. The things marked out with the radius. It's a nice clean plan.
Yeah, I have just a curiosity question. It seems like there's room for a wider cafe allowable with I think it's a 10, is it 10 or 12? Or maybe it's some other dimension.
It's 8. It's 8.
This one's an 8 foot. We have 8 feet. We would possibly have room for more.
Claudette,
20.
Well, actually, isn't the rule that half the sidewalk width or some other minimum dimension, whichever is greater?
Yeah.
So half of 24.6 would be 12.3. Still, it's 12.
Fifth Avenue is a neighborhood.
So few,
Yeah, it's weird because the cross street 9th is a regional.
Oh. Any proposed modifications or anything you want to discuss? I mean, it was a lot bigger before, but it was 11 foot with cafe in the old program.
Why does it?
Why was that changed?
Why was it changed?
What was the controlling?
Well, there's more obstruction, there's another obstruction that's,
Sorry, just.
there's a light pole, the trash bin wasn't there before.
But it still looks like they have more room that they could pull it out. If you look at all these arcs that are going on.
I mean, if it's not broke, why are we trying to fix it?
Right, exactly.
Just saying.
Well, yeah.
More or less, if we start adding more tables in, then it could cause,
Right.
it gives us less room. To be completely honest, I don't know why they wouldn't want to go a little bigger, but at the same time,
Like this open area feel.
it gives everybody more room for the street to be able to walk through and.
Like I said, it's not broke, why are we trying to fix it? Okay,
We're glad for this. I mean,
Okay.
more open space for the clear path.
all right.
Probably don't get many where there's like, there's more room.
Right,
Oh, we don't.
which we did try, yeah, I mean, like you said, okay.
I guess I'm just curious if this was something, an agreement with the building. Because I think that the co-op or condo, right? And so I'm just wondering if that's an agreement that they reached, because the old cafe, the old Sidewalk Cafe plants had significantly more seating.
It might be an I don't want to speak for the owner, but it might be an agreement with the landlord since they didn't want him to do the sidewalk, the roadway. They probably were like, listen, we'll allow you to do the sidewalk, but they didn't want them
I
to
just bring it up
overload it.
because I know there may be some issues in one of the other locations, so I'd rather have all the appropriate seating here and then not have all the seating at the other location, so it all works out. But if this is some other agreement with the building, then that's what it is.
All right, cool. Okay, and I think that's it. Anything else on this one, Robert?
No, that's it. As long
And
as
then
you guys are
chicken-
happy, I'm happy.
We try. And confirming, and we'll confirm what the office, but you said it was through SLA, that the RDK court.
Actually, let me ask Michael, maybe he'll know this answer. They were wondering why didn't they go with more tables and chairs if they have more space?
Who's that?
Claudette.
It wouldn't really work. Whatever reason.
Okay. He said there is a
the
reason it
building
wouldn't
on
have
it.
worked. Okay, so it
Just
was
put
the building.
on it, yeah.
All right, so it was.
Okay.
24th? Yeah.
Yeah, 24/5.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, this is, the building wanted them to have this. They didn't want them to go overboard.
Okay.
And then on RDK, Michael, if you're still there,
Yeah.
Yeah, he's here.
are they so this is Donna SLA, are they withdrawing everything?
For RDK.
For sidewalk.
Are
Yeah,
they withdrawing everything?
They're selling the place at the end of the month.
That, they had said that, but they said they were still gonna fill out the sidewalk, but they're not going to, correct?
No.
I don't need to do, okay, so just make sure we get something that says they're not.
And that, yeah,
They did so much work on it, it's a shame.
okay. That's all we have for you guys on then.
We'll
If
just get a
we
letter
got all
saying
your
that they're
applications.
withdrawing it.
Yeah, I'll send a letter in.
Yeah,
He said he'll send the letter in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, send it,
For
yeah.
both.
Yeah, anything to send in to let us know regarding the SLA and regarding the outdoor dining.
Okay.
Okay.
That'd be great. Okay.
Yeah, not a problem. We could do that.
And also they should notify, or you should notify DOT that, so that it's not an active.
Yeah, I'm gonna notify DOT. Mike Politis will notify you about the.
Okay, great, perfect. Okay,
So Mike Politis is taking care of the SLA portion of it.
thank you.
We'll reach out for the DOT.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That's all that we have on your applications, if we got them all as you told me, so.
Yeah, let me just go through it real quick just to make sure, but yeah, that's everything.
Okay, and you guys weren't Marian's, right, at 24 Greenwich Avenue?
Marian? No, we weren't Marian's.
Okay.
24. No.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good night.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a
All
great
right.
night.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, so I'm closing the public hearing on What was that? On number 19. So now what we have left, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 left that don't have anyone that have notified us that they're testifying, either from the applicant or the public. So instead of us going through them, I guess I could try to call them up in case there's anyone who wants to testify quickly. Okay, so Naive Melody, number 1, 24 LLC, DBA Marian's. If anyone wants to testify on that application, please raise your hand. I'm just gonna go and call them off one by one, and then we'll just move them all to business section. So 17.
What about 9? Did we do 9?
Huh?
9? Did
Oh,
we do
9, let me call it. So 9, thanks. 9 MK Services Core DBA Little Italy Pizza, the 3rd at 122 University Place for a sidewalk cafe. If anyone would like to testify, please raise your hand. So I'm gonna close the public hearing for number 1 and number 9. 17 La Rappel Restaurant at 605 Hudson Street for a sidewalk cafe. If anyone would like to testify, please raise your hand. Seeing none, I'm gonna close the public hearing on that. Number 18, Kennedy Organics LLC DBA Charlie Bird at 5 King Street, 10012 for a sidewalk cafe. If anyone wants to testify on that. Okay, closing the public hearing on that. Number 20, I'm closing the public hearing because they are withdrawing. They're selling the business. And number 22, Bleecker Street Pizza Corp, DBA Bleecker Street Pizza at 69 7th Avenue South for a sidewalk cafe. Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing on that. Number 23, 334 8th Avenue LLC, DBA and 4 at 34 8th Avenue for a sidewalk cafe. If anyone wants to testify, the proposed cafe set up on 8th Avenue is less than 3 feet, not ADA compliant. Not seeing anyone raising their hand, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on 22, 23, 34 8th Avenue I just did that. 24, wait. Oh, that was it, okay, so 30, so 24 is Amphora, 34 8th Avenue, for a roadway cafe. If anyone wants to testify on that application, please raise your hand. I don't see anyone, so I'm gonna close the public hearing. And then 28, The Wren, New York LLC, DBA The Wren at 344 Bowery for a sidewalk cafe. I don't see any hands raised, so I'm going to close the public hearing on that, and we will move all those to business session. So if anyone needs to get up or do anything, glass water, facilities, please do, or please do so during this session. So now I'm gonna go to business session. We'll no longer take testimony from the public. So we're gonna just go through these one by one. So let me just pull up a sheet to take notes. How's everyone doing? Okay, okay, so number 1, Naive Melody, 24 LLC, Marian's, 24 Greenwich Avenue for a sidewalk cafe. So there's a lot of these that didn't have any public testimony that we haven't looked at and gone through. So this one is how do we do time wise? I feel like we did okay with this. Like 4 hours. Like you can get done by 4 hours. Oh, so we get done by like 10:30, right?
Okay, so I have to say.
Yeah, okay,
For Naive Melody, I have some comments about, there's 2 primary building entrances, one to either side.
Okay.
And it looks like their seating, the perimeter goes right to the edge. Oh, no, what it is, they actually measure from their perimeter to the doors. They have 2 feet to the right and 1 foot and 5 inches to the left. And
is anything possible here? Nothing works at all.
Well, the seating to actually it would be right now they have a total of 16 sticks. It would go down to 10 across both sides. I don't know, they could probably do something with it. Like if they turn the orientation of the tables, they could have a table on either side.
Or I don't know if they can.
It could be.
Do they have that?
Are we able to articulate what it is they could change?
Why do they have that jut in?
Oh, wow.
I was feeling guilty about that.
Celery, really yum.
Thank you.
Why do they jut in at that one place on the?
I'm just so over the jutting
Fire
in.
escape.
Oh, the fire escape?
Yeah.
So that table couldn't really turn. So
Have we gotten an interpretation
I like celery.
Of the
of the doors?
no, they don't, they're not.
So are they approving these or what's the story? Because it just feels, without knowing that, we're spending it, because we have a number of these, right?
a lot of them.
It's just spending a lot of time on this that I'd rather give appropriate feedback, and it's just very frustrating because we're gonna end up talking about this, and then it also just shifts dramatically what they can or can't do.
I guess the only thing is that if we stop talking about it now,
Yeah.
we can talk about it for all the others.
I'm just, it's just frustrating that they haven't, this is
Yeah.
more of a criticism of DOT, not being able to properly let us know what a definition is of a primary building entrance, right?
Yeah.
This far into this, and they can't even, or give us a proper explanation, other than it when you see it, which seems a little.
So what, I think, since we haven't gotten that from them, we're using our best.
No, I'm fine with that. I'm just saying it's just a waste of time for everybody.
Waste of time for everybody.
Because we don't know which way, what it is.
It's gonna end up.
When did Naive applied in like March?
Okay, so
I mean, this is absurd. For example, these
Right.
guys, the amount of money that they've spent to pursue this application. And then they can get so much knocked out.
Right.
I mean, that's just doesn't seem.
It takes time to talk about it. It takes time to get them to change it. It takes time. It's just more time and it's more money that applicants are having to spend.
End up being two tables.
Plan. They call out an adjacent restaurant. It's not that there are two adjacent restaurants with dimensions and some seating and, I mean, why should any of that apply to Marian's?
Well, maybe they had the same person, and they all, work collaboratively on the plans.
Oh, like they were doing the plan. It was like a shared cost.
Just, all using the same folks.
Okay.
But this is weird because following the rules, just the point, this would result in a very strange sidewalk cafe.
But like every
Right,
day you have
that's-
to put
that's
it
like
out
a
and
little
out, right? I mean, that's.
Peninsula off the building. It just doesn't make a whole lot of. I don't know, it's just odd to me, but.
So those were our comments, the primary building entrances, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean. Okay, so is this, we approve this with modifications?
So it would be, if they take out the full 5, it would be only 1 foot 8 inches on the left side and only 2 feet 2 inches on the right side.
And doesn't make it ADA compliant.
Well, that's the.
That would be.
They turn it, they can't have to turn it then that way, and then you can't.
So,
well, they
The
do have.
resulting box where you put tables and chairs here, from fixing this, actually, I think makes it even more confusing
Oh.
to the pedestrian movement on Greenwich Avenue.
You like
That's
strips.
because you just get this one.
To like do
little-
this?
Well, it's just one little big jump out.
Yeah, it would just be like a jetty.
Yeah.
All right, now you've used words like peninsula and jetty, which again, on their own face should just tell you. Is a house for me. What was the cutoff of when things were referred?
I think it was Uncle Boone.
Okay, so it's 12 and then the rest were referred last week.
Yeah, I'll double.
That's fine. I'm just updating something while I do it. So is this a denial then? No, proposed modification?
I mean, I don't have a problem if they can fit anything within whatever box.
Okay.
It's-
Okay, so approval with modification, so the conditional denial, I guess what we're calling it.
They're, they have to include the appropriate clearances from the fixed objects.
Okay, so this is the sidewalk, so we'll do conditional denial, which is approval of modification. I guess from a PR standpoint, saying conditional approval of modification. Okay, so naive Melody, so all those in favor for conditional denial or like approval of modification? Aye, okay, great, so moving on.
Also, Valerie, so the cutoff, this was 3 weeks.
Oh, right.
So yeah, it was 1 to 12.
Okay, so next one, Kakita 242 West 10th Street for a roadway application. So again, this is the tea shop across. We don't really know what happened. Do we know if 242 West 10th got approved on the conditional? I guess I can look it up.
There's something on that street that's built. I just don't know which one it is.
I think they used to share it.
No, they're new. Did I take a picture of that recently? Let me see if I can search it by address. I think it's for the restaurant.
Yeah.
I think that my position on this would be exactly the same as the adjacent.
Yeah, I agree.
Do we want to comment on how it needs to be 6 feet of space between them? Because they both have FEMI waivers.
Yeah.
But we can't say who's responsible for.
But there is no 6 feet, no, because it's something one of them gets knocked down. Oh, good, you're looking.
Yeah, I mean, they would both have to agree to take
one or the other.
Some.
Oh, okay.
But we can't say anything about
right
and west, so.
But the issue here was it's number of
still
it's the bus route, the police station, the entry exit to the police station. It's kind of a
the bomb squad.
The bomb squad. It's just an interesting situation. We've experienced that this has been closed, numerous times. But those don't change, all the waivers.
Okay.
It's such an unusual street. I'm not sure.
I think we should vote the way we did for Leartuzzi, because that's the most recent vote on that street. So I would say a denial.
Oh, that's who built theirs.
No, these people did.
Okay, I just saw that.
But you said that for the restaurant, they were approved, and there's an address for 242, right?
I just have seen the other one.
And I think I walked by when they were just building this one.
No, because I've seen a guy go sit on the restaurant portion. It's 3 tables. I'll take a picture tomorrow when I get coffee.
Okay.
All those in favor for a denial on number 2?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next we have MakiMaki. What do we do on this one? Because what do y'all think? I mean, I really wish we could make it work.
What was the issue here? Can you remind me?
Wasn't it?
Oh, wait, this one's not. Sorry, I'm thinking of the other one on the Downing Street. Sorry, wrong one. Okay, MakiMaki. I think this one was fine.
Yeah.
Yes, the only modification is just to indicate the 5-foot clearance on the second page, check the boxes under the perimeter.
Okay.
And then adjust the table dimensions to the tables that they've purchased, which he said was 30 inches.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Versus 36.
Mhm. Sorry, now I started writing in the Paquito one. Okay, so number 3, MakiMaki, conditional denial. Hopefully we can get all that stuff signed. So approval with modifications, conditional denial. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next one we have 62 Carmine Court Sagra Pizza Bar, 62 Carmine Sidewalk. Why did I mark that out? Did we?
We just kind of breezed through that one. We didn't have anything to say and there was no comment.
Okay,
There was nobody here to.
nobody here to testify on anything.
Right.
Okay. So let's. Is there a pathway to conditional denial on this one?
I didn't have any comments.
Let's see, let's photograph again. Oh, boy. Well, it doesn't seem like there's a principal residential entrance adjacent to them, so I think the placement right next to their front door could work. It is, they do call it out as 3 feet. But 2 tables are crammed into those barriers that there's no room to get in and out. You can't serve them except from the
It's
side.
literally those 2 tables that are like squished up next to one another.
Yes,
It's 8 feet. It's a neighborhood corridor.
It's a regional.
yes.
Oh, it's regional.
And I think it would just be over the shoulder
Oh, you think from that window?
from the, I mean, it says waiter service aisle from that door.
Oh.
Door. I mean, if they put a perimeter on the side, I don't know how anybody gets to the seats. I don't know how anybody gets, you know.
Is there anything we
I
can
don't know
make them
any-
change
how
that can make it
anybody-
compliant or no? No?
I mean,
Well, the
I'm just asking.
one table, 1 2-top.
I mean, I guess just get that or not have the perimeter on the, you know, if it's only the perimeter that's going parallel to the street. Not have it on the side because they're serving over the table, I don't know.
I don't know if we can tell them to take off that perimeter.
I don't know how anybody accesses those seats. I mean, it's just, there's no way
Is
to
there anything we
access
want to
those
ask them
seats.
to do that could get to an approval with
If
modification?
it was just 1 table. Because 2 tables within 3 feet 11.
It looks like
inches.
1 table from here, but I see it's 2.
Yeah, it's 4 chairs, so if it was just 1 table, 2 chairs.
Yeah.
This is not the place that had the, no, that's Feta, okay.
They don't even have room between the tables. I mean, you can't even squish between the tables.
Well,
18
again,
inch
I'm gonna,
tables.
you know, I'm gonna just say. Okay, if they're saying that it's 8, okay, if they're saying, okay, they're saying it's 18, so that's 36, fine. I was like, so it was like, they're saying it's 24. That's 24, it's a longer table, I guess, so then it's 18 and 18.
They're saying there would be,
But there's no space between that.
oh, actually, it's not even a 3 foot 11. It's only 3
Oh, it's
feet.
3 feet,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, at the bottom it says width is 311.
To the, no, it says
To the
3 feet.
recess.
Get to the
Right.
reset, yeah.
So you can have them adjust width
One
at the
table?
bottom. Yeah.
Oh, at the bottom, yeah. So I guess we can ask for 1 table. Okay, all those in favor for conditional denial? Aye. Okay, so next we're gonna go to Alma Hospitality, DBA Alma on Downing. This is the one I was thinking of. So what can we do on this one? Is there a path to a conditional denial here? Or is there not? I don't know if they've been a good operator or not. It's not one that I catch on my eye all the time, so I usually just see Emily with their with so.
I mean, it didn't
could
seem
look.
like there's a way.
Unless, you know,
I mean, the measurement of the sidewalk is the measurement of the sidewalk, so unless the measurement is wrong, they're left with 2 feet 8 inches.
So just based on ADA compliance, it
That's it.
doesn't meet the clearance.
is there anything you want to have? don't see the path to, a compliance setup. I mean, it seems really nice. I just don't see a path. I don't think so. Carter, do you have anything to add there? Or is it
These are the super narrow sidewalks, right, and streets.
Yeah.
This is sort of the outlier of the universe where you're trying to include stuff and it's very difficult.
They have one NYPD complaint since November for noise. Let's see what they were like during the regular program.
It doesn't matter.
Well, I don't know. I'm just. Okay, so you want to vote to deny?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Next. What am I saying next to me? Dessyn Bakery for the 552 LaGuardia Place. I don't think anyone showed up for this, right? No. So we haven't talked about it, so.
Well, we just said it should be a neighborhood corridor, not global corridor.
Okay.
Just walking by on the way here, they have seating on both in the amenities there.
Oh, so we need to put that in to, right, to remove it. So Dessyn Bakery.
And then the measurement is from the tree and not from the tree pit.
Oh, that's right. That's right. We did talk about it lightly, right, Brian? You brought that up.
Like it would work, but.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess that's for sidewalk.
And they could probably add more tables, but that's for them.
Right.
I mean, the old site plan,
It's almost the same.
well, I mean, it works,
Yeah.
and nothing's changed.
Right.
There's no other obstruction, so
So should we send that or no?
why don't, I mean, what's the problem on this one?
No. Other than they've got it, they just have to move their.
And they're seating the amending zone.
Well, that's a setup
Right.
issue.
So the drawing is in, they just have to move that one line from the edge of the tree pit.
This actually looks like it's, let me just compare them. I don't know, they have a pretty similar to their old.
Yeah.
Can we conditional denial?
Why, I think that they're using the 10-foot measurements, and I think that we should point out that they're not required to.
Okay.
Yeah, they're using 12.
Because
Oh, no,
if they
they're using
want to
12.
amend,
Yeah, they're using, wait,
if they want to amend this,
Right.
but whatever it is, I think that that's.
that's very strange that DOT didn't.
And it's a neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
Right, it's more restrictive, so strange.
So
Okay,
they should.
so all those in favor for conditional denial? Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
The one,
Oh,
the
sorry.
one big change is
Uh-huh.
that would be very easy for them to do is to add the seat that's across from the bike rack, like to just continue, so they can have the whole box there, and that would be a very easy, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Okay.
Are we going to ask them to?
So I just rather than not figure that out, it just seems not fair to not point it out. We point out all the other directions for when people have the errors on measurements, so I think it's only fair to point out to them that they look much more restrictive.
Right, they can add if they want.
Of course.
And we have other site plans that show it is exactly the same, except they're old, is they just took out a table and 2 chairs, which they don't need to.
Okay. We voted on a conditional denial already, so. Number 7, Suprema.
So we voted on that?
Yeah, we did. Conditional denial. So Suprema?
Hello was not a good one.
The consensus was that they could go to the 2 tables on the left side, but I'm telling you, I measured and I'll let them figure it out, but I don't. Well, maybe it does
So
report.
you don't think that they can have anything?
No, I'm not gonna, there's 4 feet left, but I tried to take a picture and then it's my phone.
What you're saying is that when you do the distance from the residential entryway, and you knock off the 5 feet, you basically get just that two top that you're
Yeah.
left with.
But with like a two top, not a.
Well,
Well, it's,
let me ask you a question. The reason it's not a 2-top, not a 4-top, is because it's only 4 feet. And if they're using 2 foot by 2 foot tables, there's no way to get past. That's what your point is. That's.
right, but we're not given the size of the table, and I think in other applications, in a 4 foot
I'm
width.
just annoyed that I
allowed
couldn't
Well-
capture it.
To 2 tops.
Wait a minute, if they have the two tops at the end now, why, I'm not understanding, and if they could access that here, and our problem with those two tops is the 5 feet from the
Yeah.
primary building, why can't they just take those two tops?
That's what we said.
and divide it
That's what we
up?
told them.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay, so conditional denial?
So it's not just one table, it's 2 tables?
No, 2.
They're gonna have barriers around it. That's the same problem with
It's
everybody else.
just, well, and it's
So
the
then
same
the
problem I
denial?
had with the other 2 tops.
So
so,
no.
yeah,
Just one,
There's also no ADA
2 top?
accessible table.
That's true.
so 1 2 top.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 8. Buco, Alimentari, Vineria, we had the one change for them. I would vote to, if everyone's on board, for a conditional denial. All those in favor?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Which one am I on?
Buco.
Oh,
I'm typing it, so I'm not trying to rush it, but just trying to move us along.
Yeah, so
okay.
for conditional denial, they're eliminating one table,
Yep.
making it over 5 foot clearance.
Yep, right.
Yep, all right.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Great, aye. Okay, so next, number 9, Little Italy Pizza, LLC, Little Italy Pizza the third, MK Food Services Corp. Sorry, I did it backwards. MK Food Services Corp. 122 University for Sidewalk. We did not talk about this one, and nobody appeared from the applicant or from the public. So we should spend a minute just looking at it, and then we can continue.
My comments were that the dimensions in the diagram don't match the dimensions at the bottom of the page. Okay. So they just need to correct that. And then there's they need to show the clearance from the tree pit to the.
From the perimeter, or they do it from the?
They don't
tree?
have.
Anything, okay.
I guess technically they need it from both, because there's 2 tree pits.
Oh.
But I think they're both diagonal.
Okay.
Yes.
They just need 8 feet.
Shown on there, but yeah.
Okay. University Place is a
Regional.
Is there a pathway to a conditional denial here? Okay.
Oh, yeah, very easily. I mean, I think there might be the clearances, but we have to, if they can verify the clearances from the tree beds and correct the discrepancy in the dimensions given for the cafe. I think those were the 3 items.
All right, thank you. So conditional denial, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, next 10, Alta Lafayette LLC, DBA Alta, 372 Lafayette Street. This is the one that did the weird thing.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, it says Alta on there. Which one is it? Is it Atla or is it Alta?
Or
I'm just reading what's on the agenda. So if it's.
no, it's Alta. People could have.
Okay, then we can just change it so for SEO on the
sorry.
website. That's fine, don't worry about it. Just trying to.
The big issue here is using the tree planter, like the big planters creates a weird obstruction.
This is the one with the weird jet out that we just talked about?
Yeah.
No?
No, that goes
Oh, it does have a
in
weird-
because of the signpost, but The larger issue is that they use large format things to divide.
Yeah.
To divide the space. They have these very large planters, which are nice, but what happens is that it creates a big obstruction with that signpost.
Right.
So if they use, any type of regular barrier.
Right, like just like the low.
It's easier to walk through.
Yeah.
I mean, this whole design element's another one of these ones where it's, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. If it was a curve, I don't understand it, but as somebody who walks down this quite a bit, I just find the one thing is the two large obstructions from the dividers, and then that sign creates a neck down that is significantly less than what it's supposed to be on the regional corridor. So it's a very uncomfortable pedestrian experience. And this solution of jutting in doesn't resolve anything, but if they changed the barriers, it would make a big difference.
Okay, so should we put that in a
And
modification?
the plantings are fairly large, so you can't even walk up right next to the planters because of stuff.
Okay, so.
They're getting rid of the tables in there, isn't that what they said? Wasn't there a building entrance? So they were removing, you said they were removing that one table?
The south side?
I guess that's the south side, the right side?
I don't think that was
No,
for
that's
the,
his entrance,
yeah, I think that was for the
the restaurant
clearance.
entrance.
And so I think they should also remove the table to the left of that inset. To have the radius of the 10 feet.
So we're looking at Lafayette.
Right.
So the corner, this side on the right side, that's their entrance.
Okay, okay.
This is the building entrance.
Okay.
Okay. So conditional denial. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so now we're going to number 11, Sweet Green, 10 Astor Place. Do we have any? Oh, he was just gonna change it to 7 feet width, which he offered,
Right.
so I think that's a conditional denial. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, so next, sorry, let me mark it on my sheet. So next, we're gonna go to that was number 11. Uncle Boone's LLC DBA Thai Diner, 186 Mott Street, Sidewalk. Did their first one get approved? I guess it did, because they.
Yes, yeah.
That's what she said, okay.
But it's in violation because they have only a couple inches between their cafe and the transformer vault. And they're still serving within the enclosed cafe.
So do we want, well, the thing is, if we don't give them the change, they're not gonna change anything, so I think we need to give them the modifications. Do we want it to be a conditional denial or a denial with modifications?
Seems to me that we did get to a conditional denial.
Okay,
They did say, or at least the architect said that the owner is going to take any of those structures down
Take it down.
and comply with all the rules. So
Nice to keep it up all through.
going just by the application information and the testimony given,
I mean, it's
I
probably.
think it's a doable layout.
okay, so, a conditional denial, is everyone?
So the only modification
Okay,
is
go
to
ahead.
stop serving in the enclosed cafe.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
We need to take it down, I mean, I need to take it down,
right.
But that's
Yes, immediately.
yeah. Okay, so. All those in favor of conditional denial, given all we just said? Aye. Okay, next 13. Up 51 LLC DBA Upside Pizza, 51 Spring Street for a roadway. This is asking for a waiver, and we also have the sidewalk, which is less than 3 feet wide, not ADA compliant. So on the roadway, well, there's one big issue that they say they don't have a liquor license.
Right.
So that needs to get corrected on both of those. I think they're both gonna be denials.
Yeah, I mean, the FDNY one is denial, and then the other one is an ADA.
Yeah, so is there anything additional to add to our comments before we take the vote? And I don't think we have any modifications on the sidewalk, but is there anything on the roadway?
They need to check the parking designation box, just saying that it's a parking space, and also the furnishings check box. Would we send them the modification to correct the liquor license for the sidewalk, or don't send, that would be our only modification, so.
So we're doing the sidewalk?
We're doing roadway.
Okay, sorry.
Well, that says no also, so.
Would we send them, I guess, yeah, we would send the modification for that.
The roadway, we send modifications no matter what, if it's FDNY, we still.
I mean, I still think that should be pointed out that that's wrong, I think, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The which,
That they say they don't have, that they say they don't serve alcohol.
To the roadway or the sidewalk?
I mean, this is just, this little intersection, I mean, this is much better, obviously, this design. But this is a heavily used intersection. It's
Yeah.
where these waivers really are.
Oh, you mentioned the turns?
Yes, the turns and stuff and the crosswalks and there's not a particularly great track record of compliance with rules here. We've seen, I think we had an improper event here, SAPO event at some point as well, so there's not a big interest in. So, but the roadway, I mean, I think it's just the standard, you know, what Brian points out, the FDNY waiver issue.
Oh, it's that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, I don't know where it was going, but I can't vote for anything but denial on a.
So I think it's denial on both.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as far as comments on the sidewalk application, even though, yeah, the French doors were added contrary to the stipulations on their license and so on, and I feel like we have the ADA compliance as the denial, but I think we have to also note that French doors are not allowed on this, for this establishment.
There's a separate agreement that's not relevant to this, but the condition which they remain in a fixed open position doesn't allow for compliance with their proposed setup.
They can't be in compliance with their liquor license and be in compliance with the sidewalk cafe?
No, I wouldn't mention this, I wouldn't get too much into the liquor license side, except that with those doors open, it creates a non-compliant situation for the table and chair setup. It would be significantly different, right? Because the tables and chairs could only fit between the open doors, and then you'd have a barrier on the outside, and then you'd have to step in from the inside into it.
Is there anything?
But then it goes to the ADA issue, but I think that it's the open door, when the doors are open in this position, it inhibits, you know, the seating there.
So if we do a denial here on the sidewalk, which it sounds like this is where this is going. And if they get approved regardless, then you guys will deal with it at the liquor license committee that they're not in that.
Well, I think that there, the issues are a little bit different,
Oh.
and they had an agreement not to, but the point is if the doors are closed, if that's the solution, they can't comply, right? Because they can't serve through it.
Right.
Or have people go in, or flip side, if the doors are open, you know, they could only have a couple of these tables and chairs. This just doesn't make.
Is there anything we're communicating to the applicant?
And the other thing is, regardless of whether the doors are closed or open, aside from the service, it's not ADA compliant.
There's a step to get into
Right.
the restaurant.
So all
Not a
those
little
reasons.
Okay. So is it a denial or?
Yes.
Okay, so all those in favor for a denial
But we are gonna send the modification of
of
correcting
the roadway?
the
Oh, we sent,
roadway?
we can just send a one-liner.
It's 1 foot 8 inches,
I know.
you know, on
But do you want them to correct the liquor license on the Sidewalk Cafe application or no?
that doesn't, it's meaningless. It
No, we're
doesn't
not.
mean anything. The city is not concerned.
Yeah.
Other way around is concerned,
Okay,
but the city is not concerned if somebody is.
so all those in favor to deny the sidewalk, aye.
Aye.
Aye? All those in
Aye.
favor to deny the roadway?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 15. 68 Perry Street Corner, DBA Corner Bistro, 331.
I'm okay with the changes that they agree.
Yeah, the 2 tables on Jane far away. 1 table on West Fourth. All those in favor for a conditional denial? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next one we have is. Sorry, let me just write this.
Legally, but it just needs to be made clear that that plan is the correct plan. If it is, I think that I'm okay.
This is the one where it was the PDF issue. Okay. Was there seating on one side that we need to say like on room? Was this the one with room?
Yeah, there isn't on.
So we'll say that, I'll say that, okay, just to cover that, okay. So all those in favor to conditionally deny?
Aye.
Aye, okay. So Italy. Okay, so that's 16, so number 17. La Rapal Restaurant, 605 Hudson Street. We had no one here to testify on this from the applicant or the public, so we do need to look at it a little closer.
They have the residential entrance label, but they don't have the clearance.
Is there a path to an approval with modifications with them or no?
Yes, yeah, it's, all the other dimensions given, if they were to check out, seem to comply. They have, file space, that's 13 by 9.5. And by the way, that residential entrance is recessed a couple of steps.
Oh.
And it may be that if it actually measured from the door frame,
But it would be fine.
it might fit, but that has to be verified, so it would be conditional.
Okay, so like if necessary, adjust the cafe dimensions. And indicate the 5-foot clearance.
While you write that down, Sally, can I ask you just a broad question? Did we have to ask on every roadway waiver, every FDNY waiver this time or no?
No.
Okay.
Drip drop was labeled FDNY.
But that's it?
That's it.
Then you had to ask on the others, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is just funny, because I thought that they had just stopped telling us completely. And then drip drop was the first one in at least a month.
Okay. Thank you for that. So are we ready to vote on this one? Okay. Yeah, conditional denial this is for a sidewalk cafe, right?
Yeah.
All those in favor for Rapal for conditional denial? Aye. Okay, 18. El Buco. Wait, I'm sorry, that's number 8, sorry. I know, sorry. Kenny Organics, CB LLC, DBA Charlie Bird, Sidewalk Cafe. I mean, I have, I'm interested to see what is on there. We didn't have anyone from the applicant here, which was unfortunate. I know that there has been non-compliance in the past, but I can't just say how long ago that was. Trying to see if I can search by address.
Okay, this is kind of confusing, but so the building curves away from the street. And so the sidewalk gets wider as you go towards the corner. And then the rule that the sidewalk cafe cannot be more than 50% of the sidewalk width comes into play at the southern / right end of the cafe.
It does, except that a portion of that
Oh, it's
is
in
on
their
private
private property.
Oh,
So it doesn't count as
Which-
sidewalk.
Right.
Okay.
So
That makes it
that's been a
easier.
thing over the time.
okay.
Well, so they don't need to change that.
Yeah, but we should just look to, just give me a second, just check.
So they need to check that box saying that it's in partially within private property.
Yeah.
They also have a standpipe or a Siamese connection, and they only have a 3-foot radius.
And they're required to have,
5.
is there a path to approval
Yeah.
modification? Okay. Okay, so,
Where do they have a stand?
It's right here. It's so small. There's 3. Yeah, that little guy.
Oh.
So I think most of these.
Where's the private property? Is it next to the building there?
Yeah, it's sort of
Those three
a
tables,
triangle.
sort of, yeah. And then-
any other comments we need to capture or we're still looking at? Okay, no worries.
Just trying to.
I'm also trying to get our count. So I'll.
Yeah, so you see that little triangle space? Yeah, where there's space in between, that's the. You can see the property line is marked on there. It says property
Oh, yeah.
line above
Yeah, yeah.
43.
Yeah.
And also they have a ramp shown, but they do the radius from the curb rather than the top of the ramp. So they might need to adjust a little bit.
Okay. Did I ask this already? Do we have a pathway to approval of modification? Yeah. Okay. Are we ready to vote?
Yeah.
Okay, so all those in favor for a conditional denial for
Kennedy Organics.
Kennedy Organics, Charlie, sorry, the Kennedy Organics throwing me off. I think it's like a grocery store. I say aye for conditional denial. Aye. Okay, so okay, great. Okay, so next we have Claudette.
Are we gonna talk about, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
So Claudette Sidewalk, it sounded like there's a path to, and it actually is conservative. So is there anything else we need to talk about this one? Can we vote? I'm happy to talk more, but just is there anything we need to clear up or? Okay, so all those in favor for Claudette for a conditional denial? Aye. Okay, Brian, aye?
What did we have?
Just a boilerplate. I mean, just.
It's just what we've been saying. It's just easier for me. It's more of me.
Theirs is smaller than what it can be.
Yeah. So, okay, right. Okay. Like I said, if it's not broke, why are we trying to fix it? Okay. But we are telling people when they can add a table. We have done that before. But it seemed like a bigger thing here. So, okay, so number 20. That one's being withdrawn. So it is a sidewalk cafe. We're not reviewing it, they're selling it. Again, we don't have it. We traditionally have voted when we have it just in case. We don't have it, we don't have anything verified. Do you want to do a denial?
I would.
Okay, so that's.
Because we don't have the.
Yes, I withdraw, okay. Great, okay, so we're gonna vote tonight. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, so that's RDK. So next we have 21. Bar PT. It sounds like they just come in and reduce.
Also, just the seating tables, chairs is not, it just needs to, I think, be realistic.
And that'll come up at the.
Well, but I mean,
license.
take
Okay.
this time to amend it since they have to change the plan anyway.
Yeah, okay. So all those in favor for a conditional denial for Bar PD, say aye. Aye. Okay, so. Next, we have 22. We're doing really good, you guys. Bleecker Street Pizza, Sidewalk. They've currently continued to have always used those low barriers. I will say that the perimeter is consistently demarcated out there. I have not measured, but I want to spend just a minute looking over the application together since nobody was here to testify, either from the applicant or from the actual
Space
public.
has had a sidewalk cafe for a long time, and this seems very consistent with what has been there.
And what is now there in practice and Bleecker and 7th Avenue. I mean, it's on 7th Avenue South.
It's actually bigger here, but that's because they took over the storefront next door.
Well, because remember, it used to be the Greek place, yeah. I missed that place. But it is nice because before they were just that small little, you get to like kind of go in and then kind of come out. But it seems to always be full inside, so, and people are always sitting there. But yeah, they've consistently had a really good.
The only issue is they never close it.
Oh yeah, it does kind of stay out there the whole night, doesn't it?
Patrons.
To be dealt with, right? Because they do have alcohol, right?
They're missing, they have one pedestrian ramp, but there's another on the Bleecker Street side.
A ramp?
Like a pedestrian ramp.
Oh, on the sidewalk. I was like, wait, I go in there a lot, probably too much. So I was like, wait.
No. But would they need to do 8 feet or 5 feet? Because technically they consider pedestrian ramps an obstruction.
What do you think?
Your path.
Are you saying there's another curb cut that's not shown?
Yeah.
So they need to add a curb cut.
Across Bleecker,
Yeah, this one.
yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I think that's,
right. Yeah.
so are they indicated on their plan that their
It would be
property
like over
line
here.
ends?
Yeah, it would be
right.
like over here.
It's actually that type of symbol with the squiggle is a cut line rather than a property line.
Oh.
And so it's really not clear if that is the end of their frontage, because the measurement of the frontage is to the corner. So that's,
I think they just have this tiny little sliver. I think that is.
okay,
I
well,
think,
that would be nice for a property line or a storefront line, but the sidewalk and all that should continue. It's just, and I have to disagree with the way they drew their barriers. There's openings in the barriers where you can only get there by serving from the sidewalk instead of from within.
Okay.
So.
What would we tell them to do?
Do they
serve out there or do people tend to do that? A Bleecker? Yeah. We're selling Bleecker?
Less.
No, it's all counter.
Bleecker is 7th Avenue.
It's all counter service. So there's only the opening is one towards the door. There's not an opening on the other side. It's closed. So.
I mean, people should be able to access the seats.
So it usually is.
Yeah. So if you were to access.
But actually, I mean, right now I feel like it's like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 tables. It really don't.
So in order to access these, you have to walk on the sidewalk. That's the only thing.
You should be able to walk in through here, no?
How are you getting to the seat? You can't walk through this table.
You walk through this.
Well, this is the sidewalk clear path.
Where's the barrier?
This is
Oh,
the barrier.
there those.
This is the sidewalk clear path. So
Oh.
you start walking all on the sidewalk, they have to get these other tables.
So they turn the orientation?
Lose the table.
Yeah.
What's interesting is this feels like this is like when I just see it from here, that's what it looks like their barriers are right now. Like that is their
Yeah,
space right
yeah.
now. But I guess
No, I
because of
agree with you. That's
the
what I think
reality
too.
is that now they have
reality
these
is that
clearances.
Clearances, the barrier's right up against the table and you can't access
Well,
it.
why are these coming out? Why aren't those just there?
So that you can probably walk from here to here.
Oh, okay. All right.
I would also say that they probably are drawing the tables and chairs way out of scale.
Yeah,
Because
first thing
there's 4 foot, something like 4'6"
So it may work,
Okay.
So is there a path, is there something we want them to change?
The barrier needs to be
Not.
continuous, doesn't it?
Yeah.
With a service aisle inside.
That it can't be a barrier here, and then a space, and then a barrier here.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, so conditional denial based
That
on
is,
that. I'm just
that
curious how
would
to
be
say that.
my major point.
Okay, I'll take a look at it when I walk by. All right, so
This is
conditional
just a-
denial based on this feedback?
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that's 23. Oh, no, that's 22. I already wrote the conditional denial. Okay, 23. And for it, 34 8th Avenue for Sidewalk Cafe, less than 3 feet, not ADA compliant. We didn't have anyone here testifying this, so we didn't talk about it, did we?
I mean, my issue with this, aside from the ADA compliance, is that I don't know who owns this business. Because they're operating as Arthur and Sons, and for the person who's a representative on this application actually has something to do with Bartuzzi.
Or is it the wrong, did we get the wrong page?
No, we did not get
Okay.
the wrong page. They have a liquor license number on there that is non-existent. And Fora has not been there since, I think.
So is this like a dead application?
I don't think it's a dead application. I think it's licensed under Amphora. The liquor license is for Amphora, but Arthur and.
So forget about M4, what about 38th Avenue LLC? That's the key element, because that's the entity name.
Okay. So
the DBA isn't what's
right.
They could, whatever.
Yeah, no, I know that.
arrangements
Okay.
Is through an endorsement application, I believe.
Why do we have a secret article here?
Oh, because it's that they opened up this new thing with the Arthur and Sons people.
I can't find the application, or am I on the SLA folder? Where's the application? It's not in the folder.
34 8th Avenue
In the folder.
LLC.
The application's not there.
Just calm down 1 second.
I can't look at it.
So I see 2 other things I don't think have been mentioned, that I may have missed. 5 feet from the apartment entrance is needed, which would eliminate some of the seating if they are indicating those boxes at the storefront as seating. It's only 2 feet for that, so that does not.
Thing is, it would have
meet
the
ADA
questions,
requirements.
so it wouldn't be redacted. Continue.
Talking about the
Those-
sidewalk.
I beg your pardon.
Same.
Yeah, there's a sidewalk and a roadway application for this owner.
Kevin
So,
Gary. It's the name that we have on it. Anyways, so is there a path to?
So, yeah, so no, I think just to Donna's point, I think that's something we should have.
These 4 tables are I'm just so confused at what I'm looking at.
So 34 8th Avenue LLC was in for their liquor license.
And now it's-
230359.
Right.
It's still 34 8th Avenue LLC.
Right.
Okay,
And
so,
so it may not have applied as a new entity. But is there an existing liquor? Is there an existing, is this license still in effect?
Mm-hmm. I put the
It is
ramp
still
stuff in
effect.
there, yeah.
Okay, all right, so then that is the right application.
well, the application's missing from the folder, but maybe just.
It's,
got-
I probably moved
background
something, Valerie, it just
Oh,
needs to come out.
I was just looking at what they had
It's-
on.
But what I don't understand about it, Carter, is that
Well, they don't have-
these principles,
Do you need, I have a separate list of, separate cache of the applications.
no, I just moved something to the
No,
wrong
we found
folder.
it. We
It's
found
there,
it. Thank
it's
you,
there.
thank you. Sorry, I was being fussy. Sorry, Donna.
I just don't.
So the 34 8th Avenue, the Arthur and Sons,
Arthur and Sons is located at 38 8th Avenue.
There's two storefronts for Arthur and Son.
Yes,
Okay.
they joined it. It
Okay.
was two businesses, and
so-
so they are now occupying, the guy who owns Arthur and Sons
Now it's in the.
has put on
so
his,
here's my question, right? Are both of these licenses active
yes.
properly?
The liquor
You
license?
can't license the same place twice.
No, one is licensed for 38 8th Avenue.
Okay.
Oh,
One is licensed for 34 8th Avenue. Okay, two separate licenses.
Right.
My problem with this is I understand Amphora, the name of Amphora can change to Joe Schmo or whoever, but it's changed to the people that are next door, right? That have no overlap in principles with Amphora.
So
Has nothing to do really with the
Do we need
sidewalk.
to clear it up for our purposes on this committee?
Probably not.
Probably not, but the thing is that it can only be associated with the business.
Oh.
And the other part, is there any, it can't be commingled.
Okay, well, it's a 2-foot cafe.
That's what your suggestion that you're.
Of demarcation.
and we've come
No
across
5
that
feet from
already
the apartment entrance. I
in
mean,
several
right,
instances.
there's no pathway to it.
I mean, at one point, it was named Amphora.
Okay, you
on
guys
the
can
road
finish
was
that.
there pre, the old road.
Who knows, whatever they did, right? My point is that what we've asked for before in the stipulations very clearly, we just did this with Baltazar, right?
Worried that there are
They just said it's different. We did this with Salt and Battery, right? And the next door, and on this, all we do is put in there that they make it very clear that they're not associated with the adjoining business, this entity. Right? And it just covers
well,
just
here's
this.
another, you want to throw this in there, but maybe this is the one at the corner, is that there's 38 8th Avenue and then there's 34 8th Avenue.
Right, that's what we're
All
saying.
right,
So are there two separate applications?
I have two applications. What's the application number on this one?
They're both 34 8th Avenue.
No, but the number, is it 2024-0908?
No, this is 225-0228.
Okay.
So I just, well, we can talk about it later. If it's following all the rules, there's two entities just sharing a DBA, which isn't really,
Why didn't this come up on their roadway?
this isn't the issue here, right? That's a different issue outside of this, because they follow the rules. They get the license, right?
Oh, they have both applications. Oh, I didn't call it.
So I think we can vote to deny the sidewalk.
Yeah.
ADA.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason not to approve or conditionally deny the roadway. I'm not even sure there's any conditional to it. Unless you want to.
We'll do our usual, yeah. Well, I think we're gonna do some of our other stuff, normal. So I would say all those in favor to deny the sidewalk, say aye.
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 And we're not gonna bother sending modifications.
Because if they sign them and then they say they're ADA compliant, but they're not, right? So. But good to ask, good to ask. So let me just do, okay, so and then the roadway, conditional denial?
There's a manhole that they don't have on there. But that's all.
Okay, so let me just. Manhole. So.
It's in the roadway. It's in the
These
road.
dark photos?
Oh,
I know, they are really good.
Maps.
Oh.
Stella's got night vision.
So you definitely can't see.
Okay, so at a conditional denial of the roadway, aye.
Aye.
Okay, so next we have Drip Drop Cafe, 98 Thompson Street roadway, FDNY waivers. It sounds like it's a denial. We're still gonna send modifications, which are.
Yeah, I have to vote to deny.
Okay, so.
Our modifications were to adjust the width to 6'5", which is what they kept saying, instead of 6'3". I was a little bit confused, but.
Oh, right.
If they're intending 6'5", then it should say 6'5".
Oh, sorry.
That way FDNY also knows.
That's because that if FDNY is giving them the waiver, that's what they would require for the width of the roadway. As opposed to them just asking for 6'3".
They said that they're supposed to leave 2 inches for
Or it says
water.
rainforest permanently closed.
But for FDNY purposes, they need to know that it's gonna be sticking out 6'5" from the curb and not 6'3". So it should say 6'5".
Okay, so, what is it, what are we saying on this? So we're voting to, deny. Okay, so all those in favor to deny? Aye. Okay, next, we're gonna go to,
Opinion. That was the one to make the 3-seaters, 2-seaters.
yeah, well, do you mind leading the discussion on this so I can get the numbers, I can have exact numbers of how many we have referrals?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Our modifications on Broadway was to add perimeter to the outside edge of the cafe and also adjust seating to be a rectangle. And the width would be 3'5". And then East 12, Brian, you wanted them to provide the dimension from the cafe barrier to the recessed section of the building. Because right now they only say like the shorter dimension. Those were the only modifications that I had, and they seemed like they would consider that.
Okay, so you want to call the vote?
So all in favor for conditional denial?
Aye. I think it's the next one. I'm making a note, but I can tally the number so I can have a big number at the end for us.
The next one is Slice West Village.
Said it's in clearance requirements, right?
It had the primary building entrance to the north, right? No north arrow.
That was just taking off those two tables, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you had mentioned, stuff?
That one up.
Apply for clearance from the PBE to the north.
Yeah, taking out those 2 tables. What else? Change the label from sign pole to lamp post.
Yeah,
Make
there's
10
a lamp
clearance.
post there that has
Yeah.
a sign on it.
And then remeasure the sidewalk width from the back of the curb and then adjust the cafe width accordingly, which they said that they would do.
Right. Good.
That's for wild, right?
Yeah. I'll make this one now. Okay, so conditional denial, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Continue.
Next one is the Wren, which we have not talked about.
Okay.
Where is this?
Got a lot of plants out there. Potted, boxed.
That seems to be the theme around NoHo, no?
For this one, so they have a residential entrance labeled, but it is a primary building entrance. And they don't have the 5-foot clearance. And that is 6 stories and 7 units. Oh, and then I wish they had come, because they mentioned a Siamese connection on section 2, but I don't know where that is. Oh, maybe that's that.
Oh, that little triangle, maybe.
Oh, well, I don't think they can satisfy the 5 feet like that.
This is for sidewalk?
Yeah. Let me find the Google Maps.
Which part are you looking at?
The left-hand side where that triangle is.
I don't know if that's the Siamese connection. I don't know if they can satisfy it like that. Can they?
If their measurement's right, it leaves them 4 feet 4 inches.
But can it be,
Can it be across from that?
yeah, like, is it not?
You know, can it be within the cafe seating, in other words, the cafe barriers?
Right. I don't know.
Well, let's
This
see.
doesn't come up before.
How does it appear on the forms? Just a clearance, 5 foot clear.
I'm kind of annoyed that Uncle Boone's
Signage
Diners.
connection has 27. Clearance from sidewalk cafe. See, yeah, elements with minimum clearance from sidewalk cafe. This is not clear of the sidewalk cafe. It's within, it's 5 feet of space within the cafe. So it's not clear from the cafe.
Yeah.
That's my interpretation.
No, that's what it, looking at the dining out MIC site, measure 5 feet from the nearest edge of the objects listed to the edge of your setup area.
Well,
Yeah, the fire department has to get to it.
if you look at their approved sidewalk cafe plans under the previous program, that was allowed. If you look at the diagrams.
Did they?
Well, it's a previous program.
Well, no, they haven't
don't-
changed the fire safety.
They haven't
sign
changed that,
rules.
okay.
That's the same.
The 5 feet?
Yeah, it's that you have the 5 feet, that there's nothing blocking it.
Oh, yeah, because they mark it on there with the arch. Yeah.
It's marked the same.
Oh, but it used to be radius of 3. Now it's 5. That's why Charlie Bird had the 3 also.
Oh.
The 3 feet clearance. So they changed that. I wonder why. Okay, so then we won't comment on that. It can stay.
They should mark it. They
Yeah, they
should
should.
mark that they have the clearance.
Bigger thing is just people using simpler barriers is my biggest.
Yeah.
Oh, instead of the plants.
Well, when they get so big.
Yeah.
It's a whole other obstruction.
We have a primary building entrance. Oh, actually, because of the primary building entrance right there, the Siamese connection might not.
It doesn't even matter because you have
be
to have to 5
inside
feet.
of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so they'll have to adjust the cafe width. Okay, so that's additional denial.
Okay.
Think we're good.
Think Bleecker. Oh yeah, we talked about this one.
I think just with the changes, it was a conditional denial, right?
Yeah, we said add the PBE, add the clearance, check the box. And that was it. What'd you say?
I said more plants. More plants.
Not to add more plants, but.
Yeah, this
right.
was the one with the nice diagram.
Yes, it was really detailed. Okay, so, you're leaving this to go. Please, so I can finish this counting.
All in favor?
Aye. Everything's been a conditional denial since you take it,
Yeah,
right? Okay.
Okay, imprints.
Oh. Okay.
But the only thing is, I think I had noticed this, what Pete had raised, is that they're not in compliance.
Right.
Right.
There's,
what's this one we're talking about?
Memorial.
I mean, this is sort of one of these odd ones where they 3 tables sort of randomly.
Oh, this is where it does this thing?
No.
No, this one's
Little tables.
When they had the long,
People just want something outside and they're just trying to do what they can.
And they've had, they built a whole improper enclosures.
Right.
I mean, it's fine as it is, but they just need to do it.
Right.
Yeah. So would we do a conditional denial?
I mean, they're not proposing over what is, I mean, it's not like they have a plan where they tried to put the long length of tables,
Yeah, no, I mean, it seems fine. They just have to,
reel it in.
no, they just have to follow it.
Right.
Yeah.
Like everybody else. Just follow.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 2 more.
Grab truck. Our farm.
Who knew? It's
Backwards, I put, who knew?
I
That
was like
good.
looking at it, it sounded,
Good.
it like reminded me of, Raptor reminds me of like, isn't there like some disease, like if there's something that happens with your it reminds me of something, if you like do Soul Cycle for the first time and like you've never done it, you could get like some sort of rab something in your leg. It's rab something, it sounds like Raptor, okay.
I don't know.
So they need to
Sorry,
add
it's random,
the
it's random.
5 feet clearance from the primary building entrance to the right.
And so they would have just 1 table left,
Yes.
said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so conditional denial, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Okay,
And
and
then,
then citizens,
so,
There's a lot, there was
That sidewalk
money on that.
I'm not a fan of that sidewalk cafe. It's so hard to navigate.
They currently have operating something now,
This is for the road.
Right, one time. Yeah.
Oh.
So, I mean, I think that the issue here is just, it doesn't show.
Measurements.
The dimensions aren't, not of this, of the roadway, but of the important elements.
Tree pit, buffer,
Yeah,
bike lane.
yeah, exactly, tree fit buffer, bike lane, ADA access.
Yeah.
Right? Those are the 3 things, and it's just, those are important from a safety perspective, and it's also important to document it on the official city. Anytime there's something going across a bike lane, I think it's very important to have an accurate diagram.
Right, and isn't it fairly close to the corners?
Yeah, it's
We have
close
all
to the
those
corners.
signage and clearances and things like that.
Yeah, good point.
So,
But it also doesn't indicate where people would enter or leave.
Sure.
From the space.
you got all those, didn't you, Stella?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, just reviewing again, so.
So I think what we'd want is an updated plan that reflects
What's there?
what's
More
there.
details.
All right.
Because it's not a question that it fits. It's not a question that it seemingly can be there. It's not a question that there's any impediments to it. Actually, can you see, I don't have it open right. Can you see what it says for flooring on it?
No flooring.
Okay, so if there's no flooring, it's also, with that, it actually becomes inherently accessible, right?
Right, yeah.
So there's, I think that we just need, a better diagram and, where are the barriers? Where do you enter, exit?
Yeah.
So I just like to see a better.
Yeah, so normally roadway applications have to go to DOT anyway. So by asking them to return with the proper.
No return, they just need to submit a diagram that shows
to us.
Yeah.
To us and to DOT.
So that hopefully that's the one that's shown at the hearing is the ideal.
Right, so do we deny or condition?
Their FDNY waiver?
No.
I just do a conditional, right?
Additional?
Additional with modification that needs to come back to us.
Doesn't need to come back, they just to provide us.
That's what I'm asking.
Provide us with, well, there's no time for them to come back.
No, come back like the plan.
Or to provide.
Plan.
Oh, I
Plan,
guess.
yeah.
I'm not seeing a difference between them providing us what we're asking for or they're coming back to us. That to me
Oh,
is
it's
the
the
same
same.
thing.
Well, the provided-
Back is the plan.
I mean, providing us
Right.
the plan is not. We're not gonna review it at the next meeting, it's just having a plan return.
Providing an updated site.
Oh, we don't take any further action.
No, just that
We don't do another vote. We don't.
No.
Yeah.
Seems to me that with all of these changes that we need before we can approve
What are the
it.
changes?
There's no changes, we're just asking for the measurements.
If they don't provide it, then it's a denial. What is this, roadway or is this sidewalk?
So this.
Okay, so I mean.
This may or may not comply with the DOT requirements, this plan, which, that's up to DOT to decide, but I don't think it has on there. It doesn't show the width of the bike lane. It doesn't show the width of the buffer area. It doesn't show.
It doesn't have the buffer on the plan.
Yeah, it doesn't have it on there, but one of the things that we are allowed to comment on is the elements of what the conditions are, right? And if there's any conditions that are there, but this doesn't even demonstrate what the conditions are. So I don't have a problem with the tree being there, it's just that they show where people enter and exit from there, how they would move around. And I think it's important to document that buffer zone because that creates a safer environment. For people to enter and leave the roadbed dining structure, but I don't think that there's anything here that would cause this not to comply. There's just no demonstration that it does. So.
I agree with everything that you're saying. So we're passing this along.
Well, we're asking them to provide us with an updated document.
We're not going to comment on whatever we get back.
We
We're
never
not going to
do.
vote again
No.
on whatever we get
We
back.
never do.
We don't have a chance to deny it.
Well, if
Well,
they.
why would you deny it?
Well, if they don't, if they
They may
don't,
show that there is no way to comply.
well, if they do that, then if they,
How would they not be able
They
to
show that
comply?
they can't comply.
Well, we don't have enough information to know if they do comply.
Yeah, we have an 8-foot box in a parking lane across the
That's in
bike
front of
lane
their restaurant.
with another, it's in front of the width of their restaurant. What would not comply? There's no other clearance requirements on a roadway cafe. And the only,
I mean,
the only
unless
thing-
there's missing a fire hydrant or something.
it would be nice if we had 60 days, we could then review all together what comes back, but we just don't. So either I take a look at it and I see that it doesn't comply and then it's not
It would
meeting
only
the
be if there's
modification.
something
So then it,
within.
just because they
So we're
return,
just voting for a conditional denial.
yeah, so just because they return the modifications doesn't mean that the plan is gonna be corrected. We try and take a look at it, but it's also sometimes we can't, so.
The only issue would be if there was something in the roadway itself, right? Would be a clearance from,
Yeah, I don't think there is.
yeah, from, and because I don't know if you've watched the DOT public hearings. Yeah,
Everybody should watch
I think you
one.
should spend the time to
Everybody
watch
should
one of
watch
these
one.
hearings, because I think it would make you rethink the approach to see what their DOT is allowing and what they shows their diagrams. I mean, just, it's,
I have no faith in DOT, none. Not even, I mean, I wouldn't even assume that what I saw would be consistent in how they treat others, you know, it's.
like I said, I mean, I think watching it gives.
It's just good to know the process.
Yeah.
Okay, so conditional denial. All in favor?
Yes, and the modifications
Yeah.
to just provide updated.
Call the vote again? I don't know if everyone, we all voted.
Yes.
Aye.
That's it.
Okay, so I had to add these up quickly, so it's 595 minus RDK. So.
Wow. Total
But-
applications? Wait, what? Wait.
For each bidding sidewalk and roadway separately, yes.
No.
500, we reviewed 595?
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, okay, let me erase that. I couldn't do it during the meeting, so I'll have to send an email, sorry.
And just,
I don't have it.
but
have it.
when you do it, if it's one person with sidewalk and roadway, that's counted twice,
Yeah.
correct?
It's a separate application.
Right.
But what's
So what
annoying,
happens if there's a sidewalk on each side? Is that two separate applications?
I only go by application numbers. I only go by application
So
numbers.
like for the
Well,
one on Mott Street.
But not all of them, no, it didn't. It's the same application number, which is kind of,
Yeah.
crappy.
Whenever there's one place, regardless of cafe or sidewalk or roadway.
So it's under the same application. So yeah, so any new business? So 595, and don't quote me on it. I'm sorry, I should have said it. Not yet. Is there any new business?
Thank you, Laura, for staying.
And I think we had others staying. There's 9 people, so it's not all of us. So there's
Well,
other
no,
people.
it is. Laura's the only one who's.
No, on the attendees, we saw people elevated.
Yeah, but.
No, on the elevated. You just go to who else is elevated.
No, Darlene.
Thank you,
Thank
Darlene.
you.
Thanks. Any new business? I've not adjourned the meeting. Is there any new business? How many applications were referred yesterday? 14. Okay, I'm gonna motion to adjourn. Someone have to, second?
Second.
Okay, thanks. All those in favor, aye, great.
Meeting.